now joining us on the live stream. Welcome along to Brands Hatch, everybody, for the first of 2 days of racing action for the Classic Sports Car Club. We've got 4 races coming up for you today on the live stream, and 2 of those take place prior to the lunch break. The Quad Sports Tin Tops and Puma Cup will be heading out onto the circuit very shortly, and then the next race after that will be the Ram Air BMWs, also encompassing the Liqui Moly Slicks series. Then we'll have a break for lunch before we go back racing immediately after lunch with a race for the Modern Classics and the MG Trophy. And then our final race of the day will be the Ram Air BMW Championship and Liqui Moly Slicks. But for tomorrow, which is the main focus, Brands Britannia here celebrating British motoring icons. It's racing all of the way from 9 o'clock in the morning right the way through until nearly curfew. So if you just joined us on the live stream, welcome along. The assembly area is starting to scoop up what is a very full grid for the Quad Sports Tin Tops and Puma Cup. 34 cars took to the circuit for qualifying this morning. The grid is based on the fastest times that were set, regardless of which driver was behind the wheel. It's a 40-minute race. We'll have a mandatory pit stop in the middle of the race, and during that period of time, everybody has to dive into the pit lane and conduct their mandatory pit stop, which for the Tin Tops nowadays is a minimum period from pit in to pit out of 130 seconds, unless you've won a previous race. And if you've won a previous race, you hand yourself an extra 30-second penalty for the rest of the season. And we've got 3 cars that are on the grid that have already won this year. Andrew Windmill, car number 888, has won twice, so he's got a 60-second penalty come the pit stop window. Adam Brown has got a 30-second penalty in the number 1 Ford Fiesta, and number 14 Honda Civic of Steve Papworth has also picked up a penalty, having won last time out at Anglesey. Mark Werrell chatting to you now, joined in the commentary box by Jack Werrell. Jack, looking forward to this one as we get Brands Britannia sort of underway-ish, don't we, today?
Yeah, absolutely. We've obviously already seen a number of cars out on circuits that will be reappearing tomorrow. Today is the more modern of the 2 days, arguably, but the Quad Sports Tin Tops and the Puma Cup always produce fabulous racing. It's not necessarily the widest closing speeds, but you've got such different machinery which can lap in a similar time, but they achieve that lap time in a very different way. So we're starting to see some very close racing, even closer than we already have. And standout for qualifying really was Danny Cassard, because we were interrupted by the safety car, so cars were still out there and circulating, and the clock was ticking down. 2 flying laps was afforded to Danny Cassard. The first one put him on the front row, the second one put him on pole. Yeah,
it was impressive stuff, wasn't it, from Danny Cassard at his local circuit. So he resides in East London, just the opposite side of the river. And yeah, he was mightily impressive in qualifying. I think the one for me, I was a bit surprised. Adam Brown only 5th quickest in qualifying. Just, I don't know whether it was the traffic, whether he didn't hook the lap together, whether there was a problem.
He went into the pit lane as well, didn't he, towards the end? So either that would indicate a problem, or you see your pit board and it says P1 or P2, and you go, yep, you know what, that's good enough for me. Go into the pit lane confident enough that you've done enough. And unfortunately, I'm afraid that's the way it fell. Just everybody around him seemed to improve, and it's the cars that are around him that did improve. That's a very, very competitive front 3 rows. And David Bellamy, we always say it, we always feel like that car bats above its weight a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, the little Peugeot 106 that runs in Class E. So Class E is for 1600 to 1800 cc cars if they're single valve. It's for 1400 up to 1700 if they're multi-valve. So he's a Class E car, David Bellamy. But he wasn't on pole in his class, that little Peugeot 106. Mark Alexander Williams, who brought about that safety car because he plopped it into the gravel trap up at Druids, but was not towed out of the gravel. He was winched on a flatbed recovery unit out of the gravel, which does suggest there was a mechanical issue that probably put him in the gravel in the first place. He qualified on pole in his little light blue number 77 Citroën Saxo, so they haven't had much time between qualifying and the race to repair that car. So hopefully he is still out there and there won't be a gap on the grid on the 4th row of the grid where we should have had him, because yeah, you'd say about David Bellamy batting above his average. Mark Alexander Williams has continually also done that in his little classy Citroën Saxo, mixing it amongst the far more larger engine capacity cars.
Yeah, and you look at the cars again around it, they're all 2 litres, whether they be sort of K20 derived or otherwise. But Andrew Windmill and Gary Barlow on row 2. Of course, Gary Barlow will be handing over to Alfie Jones at whatever point in their race they see fit, because you can pit nice and early thinking, right, let's get this done and out the way, but then a safety car might fall at the wrong time. So if it was me, I'd just leave it as late as possible, dependent on sort of overall overall driver's pace and comfort in the car. If you think there's going to be a safety car, you can wait, but then do you lull yourself into a trap of never having that safety car, and you've lost a bit of time if you are potentially the slower driver. And of course, John Baker, he's been racing for a number of years now. He's joined by Glenn Copeland, and Glenn's quick as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this one all unfolds when the pit window does open, because this is a 40-minute race. The way the regulations are written is that the pit window opens after the first 10 minutes of the race and remains open until the 25th minute of the race. So in other words, you have to get it done between minutes number 10 and 25 of the race. And then, as we say, for the tin tops, it is 130 seconds, or sorry, 130, no, 1 minute and 30 seconds. I think I said 130 earlier. 1 minute and 30 seconds from pit in to pit out is how quick you can be. If you're any quicker than that, unfortunately, you would pick up a penalty because you'd be shorter than the minimum pit stop time.
Yeah, the ideal pit stop time is 1 minute and 30 seconds, 0.001. Or 0.000 if you can nail it, but of course it's then you don't want to give yourself too much time either side, because the wrong side, obviously you pick up the penalty, the 30 seconds plus the time you were short, but obviously you want to make sure you're the right side of it, but not too much, because you're costing yourself time.
Yep, so the grid we can run you through. Nigel Ainge will start from pole position number 86 car, and alongside is 24, which is Richard Wheeler. Row 2 of the grid, Andrew Windmill and Gary Barlow. Adam Brown and Steve Papworth are there on row number 3, with Mark Alexander Williams not present on the 4th row of the grid, so David Bellamy in the Peugeot is on his own. Blair Robrook and Stephen Reynolds are down row number 5, with James Wilson and Sean Ely on 6, and row 7 is Peter Parkin and Dominic Rose. Adrian Matthews in the fairly unique Volvo C30 lines up on the inside of the next row of the grid, which is row number 8, alongside Matt Churton, and then it's Ben Uren and Harry Hayler that are next up. Richard Fowle and Charlie Ford line up on row number 10, with Jonathan Weiss and Alan Wiltshire on row 11. Toby Horn and Miles Mosley on row number 12. Luke Johnson is the first of the Pumas in the Puma Cup on row number 13 alongside James Clare. Then it's Mark Lane and Neil Jackson, Lee Powell and Gareth Cotgrove, Matthew Johnson and Martin Smithson, John Baker and Mark Jackson are the final row of the grid. Did you spot something there?
There's a few drivers that I think are out of position. Charlie Ford should be on the outside, being an even number. David Bellamy, I think, spotted his mistake and has worked his way to the outside, and I think Charlie Ford might pick up on that. But there's a couple of cars that seem to be on the wrong side of the grid, and I don't know whether that's simply because with the lack of Mark Alexander Williams, they've come out in a slightly different order, of course, and the cars back from him have all shuffled around. It's a very easy mistake to make, or it might just have been the order that they came over the line, and they'll sort themselves out whilst they're out there on circuits on the opening lap. Looking at, in terms of class battles, I think the battle between Adam Brown, if he can work his way to the front, and potentially Richard Wheeler. It's nice to see that Richard Wheeler has arrived in that Ford Fiesta ST, which you don't see out too often. All of a sudden, the Class C top honours might be under threat here for Adam Brown.
Yeah, Richard Wheeler is a very, very quick driver. Danny Harrison I know less about, but it's nice to see Richard Wheeler out. He's got a nice collection of cars. I thought he might be at Silverstone for the Classic this weekend because he's got some beautiful classic cars, but so pleased he's joined us here at Brands Hatch this weekend for what is an introductory, a bit of a toe in the water for the main Brands Britannia event that takes place tomorrow. So Nigel Ainge in the white and light blue Honda, starting from pole position, the largely white but with the darker blue stripe Ford Fiesta of Richard Wheeler alongside, the light blue Honda Civic of Andrew Windmill. Remember, he's got an extra 60 seconds to spend in the pit, sits alongside the white and purple Honda Integra of Gary Barlow, and row 3 of the grid, it's largely white, blue and grey for Adam Brown alongside the dark blue Honda Civic of Steve Papworth. The safety car, the BMW, peels its way in towards the pit lane. 40 minutes are on the clock, and we're about to get our first race of 4 today underway here at Brands Hatch. Red lights are on the gantry, and as the cars trickle their way towards the start-finish line, lights go out, and already Andrew Windmill was looking to try and make progress, but decided he wasn't going to try and squeeze his way through and ahead of Nigel Ainge. It's going to be Richard Wheeler around the outside that takes up the lead of the race, and up to second comes Gary Barlow by the look of things. Nigel Ainge down to third, could well be down to fourth, and indeed it's down to fourth as Andrew Windmill picks his way through on the run-up in towards Druids Corner. So Nigel Ainge, who celebrated his 80th birthday earlier on this week, it will without question say he's not the quicker of the two. He will drive as quickly as he can, knowing full well that when he hands that 100 Tengra over to Danny Cassar for part 2 of the race, Danny will really make it come alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam Brown without a rear bumper, so clearly something has gone on in the interim between qualifying and the race for that change to be made. A big lock-up from Sean Bellamy. That almost washes him wide and now leaves him vulnerable to Sean Ely. So as David Bellamy, pardon me, with that big lock-up in towards Surtees, you wouldn't have thought it's a massively heavy braking zone, but over the line to take the first lap in the book, Richard Wheeler, he's already trying to spar away with Andrew Windmill.
Yep, so the two of them head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, with Richard Wheeler leading the way from Andrew Windmill in second position. Everybody else just trickling their way over the start-finish line now, so some battles already beginning to form, including James Wilson, who's having a good little squabble at the wheel of his Peugeot with Ben Urin, I think that is. But the race leaders are up towards Druids, and it is still Richard Wheeler that's leading the way, but it's having the pressure applied from Andrew Windmill, who clips the curb and the apex beautifully at Graham Hill Bend and heads along the Cooper Straight in the second place, trying to hunt down the lead.
They do indeed, and Andrew Windmill, he's just, I think, biding his time here, but he can't afford to wait too long because he does have that 60-second penalty to be served alongside the 1 minute and 30 seconds he would already have to serve in the pit lane, and especially at a short circuit like Brands Hatch, it will cost you very, very dear. Indeed, but over the line now comes Richard Wheeler. Andrew Windmill's looking to the outside on the run towards turn 1. You've got to be very brave to try and make it work. The pair of them hit the brakes at the same time. Andrew Windmill all the way around the outside, locks the rear, the inside rear, and that just puts the car out of shape on the running towards the apex at Paddock Hill Bend. He gets the moment collected up, but all of that hard work has come undone. Gary Barlow's within touching distance, so too is Nigel Ainge. Adam Brown is slowly starting to fall away and potentially back into the clutches of Steve Papworth. In the mid-pack, there's some brilliant battles going on, but unfortunately, we do have a car into the wall at turn 1. That looks like potentially Harry Hayler, unfortunately, the number 4 machine in the barrier, and he has made contact with not only the tyre wall, but has then deposited the car into the gravel. So double waved yellows, marshals on the scene already.
Yeah, that may well need a safety car to get him out of harm's way. There's quite significant damage to the front of the Renault Clio. The marshal's just with him at the moment, and they'll wait for that sort of thumbs up from the driver just to confirm that he is okay. So double waved yellows up at Paddock Hill Bend. No overtaking allowed there at the moment as the race leaders head up to that point of the circuit. Richard Wheeler leading the way from Andrew Windmill. Gary Barlow then third. Nigel Ainge in 4th place. Adam Brown 5th, and Steve Papworth completes the top 6, but not unsurprisingly, because of that incident up at Paddock Hill Bend, out comes the safety car. You can see the big tyre marks, can't you, for where he locked up going in towards there. And we've also got a problem for one of the Ford Pumas. That is Mark Jackson, number 142, who is off at Clark Curve.
Yeah,
Surtees McLaren, you suppose you, yeah. You
yes, it's. I'm guessing he's more or less lost it on the way in, and it's just continued to over-rotate. I think he got it stopped before even gravel and wall. It was more, I think, grass that he managed to get that car slowed down for. So a rather tense moment, but arguably the best time to make a mistake, because now you can work your way back up to the tail of the field.
Yeah, he didn't lose a lap, did he? Had he not have recovered by the time the safety car had passed him, then he would have lost a lap, but he just managed to get the car fired up and out of harm's way before the safety car appeared. So waiting to get this stricken car out of the gravel trap. The one good thing is that out of the car is Harry Hayler, and he's absolutely fine. He's behind the barriers chatting to the marshals and has now just worked his way back towards the gravel trap, ready to jump into the recovery truck. It does mean that very early on in this session, we've gone safety car. And the one good thing is, I always look for positives out of negatives. So yes, he's out of the car and he's absolutely fine, but also, hopefully, this will be cleared before the pit window opens.
So it keeps the racing even closer, and you have to serve it under green flag.
The one thing it doesn't really help is that any of those drivers that have got penalties in the pit lane, so the likes of Andrew Windmill has got an extra 60 seconds, the likes of Adam Brown, who's got 30, and the likes of Steve Papworth, who has also got 30, the one thing they didn't want was the safety car.
Yeah, they may have wanted one, albeit potentially the wrong way to want one. But during the pit window, unfortunately, of course, for them, the pit window is still closed. And whilst it's great to see Harry Hayler out of the car, you can imagine he might just have a slight twinging pain at the top of his left thigh, normally where your wallet sits in your pocket in your jeans. So not the way he would have wanted this race to start. But Richard Wheeler, off the start of that race, has just controlled the pace from the front. Andrew Windmill did indeed find himself somewhat settled settled in second place, but Gary Barlow and Nigel Ainge seem to work their way closer together. Adam Brown was just hanging on to the coattails of Nigel Ainge, but we'll have seen Steve Papworth get closer and closer. And of course, the number 46 machine of Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon. Stephen Reynolds started that car. They started in 10th place, 3 places gained from where they started.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from them. So whilst we're under safety car, let me just run you through the top 10. We'll also pick up our class leaders as well. So number 24, Richard Wheeler, leads the way. Second is 888, Andrew Windmill. Third is the number 30, Honda Integra of Gary Barlow. It's another Honda Integra. Number 86, Nigel Ainge, that's fourth. Fifth is number 1, Adam Brown. Sixth is 14, Steve Papworth. Seventh is number 46, which has been started by Stephen Reynolds and has made that good progress. Eighth is number 2, Blair Roebuck. Ninth is number 98, David Bellamy. And completing the top 10 is number 122, which is Sean Ely. So that gives you the top 10. As for class leading cars at the moment, leading Class C and leading overall is Richard Wheeler. Second in the race is going to be the car of Andrew Windmill. He leads Class A as things stand. I think the transponder on the race leading car has just failed because it's tumbling down through the order. Leading Class C is the car of Adam Brown, which is the number 1 Ford Fiesta. He leads Class... sorry, no, he doesn't lead Class C because Richard Wheeler has tumbled through the order and has now come back up. Yeah, so leading Class C is Richard Wheeler. Leading Class A is Andrew Windmill. In 8th place, number 2, Blair Roebuck leads Class D. In 9th place, number 98, David Bellamy leads Class E. We've got James Wilson leading Class B2 at the moment. We've also got leading Class F, Sean Ely, who's there in 10th place. Peter Parkin leads Class B1 in 14th place, number 34. Leading the Puma Cup is car number 100, which is going to be the car of James Clare. And I think the only other one we've got will be number 91, will be leading Class R, Lee Powell, but he's the only car in the Mazda RX-8 Cup this weekend.
I have to say, another little battle which I was hoping will continue is the battle between the number 64 machine of Jonathan Weiss and Alan Wilshire. There's only a car separating the pair of those two, that being Charlie Ford, and they're battling for how they will line up on the final 2 steps of the Class E podium. So if those two get sort of Charlie Ford out of the way, or Charlie Ford passes the car of Jonathan Weiss, all of a sudden the podium in Class E isn't going to be so secure.
It's just a shame that we haven't got Mark Alexander Williams out after his problems in qualifying. I was looking forward to a good Class E battle between himself and David Bellamy, because there was only 69 thousandths of a second difference in their qualifying times.
And then that would make the Weiss-Wilshire battle the battle for the final step on the Class E podium. So hopefully that car is all well and they can get out in the future or as soon as possible. But over the line once again goes the safety car. We've got 2 minutes until the pit window opens. Behind the safety car, we're doing 2-minute lap times. I've got a feeling the pit window will open just towards the end of the safety car period. Yeah,
which means that everybody then will come into the pits at the end of potentially this next lap that's about to start. As for the car in the gravel trap, well, Harry Hayler's car is now onto the front of the telehandler and is being dragged through the gravel trap. The Brands Hatch circuit staff already working to replace the tyres that were removed from the Armco barriers. The car struck it, so just make sure that those tyres are back in front of the barriers. They've also got the belting to repair as well, which sits in front of the tyres. And then, of course, we've then got to get the stricken car onto the back of the trackside recovery, flatbed recovery unit. So it's still going to be, I would say, at least another 3 or 4 minutes, another couple of laps behind the safety car before we stand any further chance of getting racing back underway.
Yeah, so there's still, unfortunately, just a bit too much time to be sort of eaten into before the pit window will open. I'd imagine, yes, for those at the front of the queue, however, they might not get there in time if we're doing sort of 1:57s at the top of the safety car period. It could be halfway down, all of a sudden, the pit window opens.
I think you're right, yeah. I think with where the race leaders are at the moment, just at the end of the Cooper Straight and going through Surtees and up towards McLaren, I don't think the pit window's quite going to be open when they get towards pit lane entry, which means that, yeah, they're going to have to stay out for a further lap, but those that are further down through the queue will have gone through the first 10 minutes of the race and the pit window will be open.
And it's also down if you've got a timer in your car. If you press start, if you've pressed it a couple of seconds too early, you could trick yourself into coming in when the pit window isn't actually open. So let's have a look. We've still got, yes, there's 15 seconds before the pit window opens. If you're at the tail of the order, absolutely brilliant. Dive in now and see where that may leave you. For those that are already coming over the line, have we had a couple dive in?
Sean Ely's dived in. When's he going to break the beam? He can't break it just as yet. Now the pit window is open, and Now Sean Ely appears in the pit lane.
James
so
Wilson has done it as well. I think James Wilson has absolutely nailed that. Perfect time to come in, Sean Ely, which I'm hoping he will post the onboard footage from this, which you can watch along on YouTube. Watching it at Silverstone was absolutely brilliant. He's
that Sean?
Yeah, he's such a character behind the wheel because he does live commentary. He doesn't do voiceover. He talks his way through the race. So the emotion from Sean throughout a race is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, so we also saw Luke Johnson come in, who is one of the Puma Cup runners, but those were the only 3 takers that came in. So they rolled the dice that the pit window was going to be open. They've got timers, I'm sure, on their cars. And yeah, absolutely, I think that was brilliant judgment from them to come in. Yeah, literally.
Judgment or fluke, yet to be decided.
A couple of seconds after the window opened.
Yeah, it's brilliant from Sean Ely. James Wilson as well, absolutely nailing it into the pit lane, is Luke Johnson. You can see in the pit lane, if you're on the bank opposite or watching along on the live stream, just mechanics peering in through the window. And you expect a pit stop to be quite a busy job, but what you're actually doing is more or less sat waiting for that time to go down, keeping an eye on temperatures, keeping the engine running, because if you turn it off, you then risk not being able to get it started, due to the heat soak. But it can be quite relaxing and maybe a bit of a break that you need.
Yeah, I mean, if you are doing a driver change, they have to turn the engine off for safety reasons, whereas one driver exits and another one gets in. But if you're driving solo, yeah, just leave the engine running, let it sit there. It's a fairly warm day, and down pit road, Sean Ely heads down pit road. James Wilson also exits the pit lane as well. And as they exit the pit lane, both stops were the right side of the minimum period of 1 minute and 30 seconds. It was 1 minute and 33 for James Wilson. It was 1 minute and 36 for Sean Ely. And now into the pit lane, we see everybody else head in.
Yes, and I don't know whether Gary Barlow has potentially seen that coming. He's seen how busy it's going to be. He knows he might be pull into his pit box, sit there, but then realise he can't get out because there's a field of cars that have parked around him. So if he stays out an extra lap, he can find himself in a slightly clearer pit lane. So, I mean, fairly clever driving from Gary Barlow. Of course, he's still yet to hand over to Alfie Jones, which I've not seen Alfie paired up with Gary Barlow much before, I don't think.
I think I have seen them share on at least one, if not 2 occasions, I'm sure, in the past, or they were scheduled to. Alfie, who we usually see racing his own Honda Civic Type R. So Sean Ely and James Wilson, who did pit, are now just coming over the start-finish line and are going to overtake all of these cars that are sitting in the pit lane, which includes all of the cars that were first, second, third, fourth and fifth, but couldn't pit on the previous lap because the window wasn't open. So that roll of the dice from Sean Ely and James Wilson has worked perfectly well, because everybody else is still stationary in the pit lane with the clock ticking away.
Yeah, brilliant call. We will have to keep an eye on Steve Papworth, Adam Brown and Andrew Windmill's time, because we're looking for 2 minutes pit in to pit out for Adam Brown and Steve Papworth. We're looking for 2.5 minutes for Andrew Windmill. Rolling down the pit lane now is Danny Cassar, making sure he stays the right side of 1 minute and 30, just controlling that speed all the way to the end. There's no risk of the red light being on at the end of the pit lane as nobody's approaching. Also coming down the pit lane now is Danny Harrison behind the wheel of what was the previous race-leading Fiesta. That could be a change for the lead done in the pit lane.
Yep, so that will be down there. Yeah, I think that will be potentially a change for the lead in the pit lane, as you say. Everybody is the right side of 1.5 minutes at the moment, so haven't seen any pit stops as yet. Somebody was very close. Who was that was very close indeed? Was it car number 40? Was 1 minute and 30.603 seconds. So that was close, wasn't it, from Matt Churton?
Yeah, Mark Lane as well. Unfortunately, the wrong side is 3 and a bit tenths under. So obviously he's now going to get a 30.2 second penalty, something like that, 30.3 second penalty. Under safety car, it does minimise it slightly, but it then depends who you've got around you, how quickly you can get back up to speed as the recovery operation goes on. Have we seen Gary Barlow into the pit lane, or is he still following the safety car around? Whereabouts is the safety car? Just working its way up towards Druids now. Gary Barlow, as we look. Yes, Barlow's into the pit lane, so too is the 119 machine of Dominic Rose. We've also got the 10 of Richard Fowle. Charlie Ford is in the pit lane, so too is the 152 Ford Puma of Neil Jackson and Nick Full-James. So Nick Full-James will take the wheel of that car. We're now getting everybody coming over the line, and it's sorting itself out order-wise. But Sean Ely and James Wilson played that perfectly. They are second and third out there on circuit. However, leading, yet to pit, however, John Baker and Glenn Copeland. Once they come into the pit lane, all of a sudden, we're going to get Sean Ely into the lead of this race.
I think there was a little bit of debris just fell off
Yes.
the car that was on the flatbed recovery unit of Harry Hayler's car and deposited itself right at the bottom of the dip of Paddock Hill Bend. So there's something there that wasn't there earlier. It looked like it came off the recovery truck, so it must have been a bit of damage coming off, a bit of damaged bodywork coming off that car.
It would make sense, wouldn't it? Rolling back down the pit lane now is Alfie Jones. Safety car lights are still on. If Alfie can get out before the safety car gets here, he will join the back of the queue and potentially time this perfectly. But we keep an eye on the red light. The safety car gets closer and closer. I don't think Alfie Jones is going to get out. He's going to get caught by that red light, which goes on now.
It is, yeah, red light at pit lane exit, so Alfie Jones cannot exit the pit lane. If he does, there will be a penalty heading in his general direction, and he gets to pit lane exit. He sees the red light, and he comes to a halt, and he's going to have to wait for the whole queue of cars to go past. Now, there is one car that hasn't pitted as yet. That's the car that's second in the queue behind the safety car, and that is John Baker. That orange Renault Clio has not pitted yet.
I'm very surprised by that. I know John doesn't normally share the car, but regardless, you should still have to pit. And under safety car, it's absolutely the time to do it. And with the recovery operation pretty much complete, the car has been moved behind the Armco barrier of Harry Hayler. We could be going back under green flag this time. John Baker, he shot himself, well, he's not shot himself in the foot, he shot Glenn Copeland in the foot, because he's got some driving to do now, hasn't he?
Yeah, so they're going to lose far less time pitting under safety car than you are pitting under green, and now they've got no choice but to pit under green or keep their fingers crossed there's another safety car maybe. We'll have to wait and see. So we've got 23 minutes of the race still to go, and we should be seeing the safety car turn its lights off, I would have thought, before too much longer. Car that's directly behind the safety car is one of our Puma Cup cars, isn't it?
Luke Johnson,
that's going to be Luke Johnson, who was leading the Puma Cup before the pit stops and is, at the moment, 5th in the Puma Cup. But he has pitted, so lights are still on the safety car. We are not as yet going green.
Recovery of the piece of
bodywork. That bit of bodywork I spotted, has just been recovered. So we're going to have one further lap behind the safety car, and then we might be able to get things underway. Frustrating for the drivers, they'll want to get on with it, but it certainly made the race very interesting. And John Baker still hasn't pitted this time through. I mean, the pit window's still open.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're only 18 minutes into this race. The pit window remains open until the 25th minute. So, you know, it's not as though he's going to be pitting outside of the window. He's just going to be not pitting under safety car, which is strange.
No, I was rather surprised by that one. As we look down the order, we look for number 1, Adam Brown. He is the right side of 2 minutes. What about the number 14 of Steve Papworth? Andrew Windmill has absolutely nailed his time, only 7 thousandths to spare there. I can't quite find Steve Papworth on the order.
Steve Papworth is number
14, just below Adam Brown, and has nailed his as well.
Yeah, so they're all good on pit stops. There's only one car which, say, you picked up on was the wrong side of where it ought to have been, and that was a Honda Civic, wasn't it?
Car number 82, I think it was, Mark Lane.
Yeah, he's the only driver that is. Yeah, it should have been a minimum of 1 minute and 30 seconds. He was 1 minute 29.685. So that's the wrong side of 1 minute 30. It might be rather draconian, but there will be a penalty applied at some point.
Yeah, safety car lights are off. We'll go back racing this time. And effectively, it's going to be John Baker that is leading this race. Of course, yet to pit by way of pit stoppers. Sean Ely and James Wilson, who nailed their time into the pit lane, will be going over the line in the lead of the race. But now John Baker comes into the pit lane, so the first car to come through will be the 163 machine of Luke Johnson, but leading the way is Sean Ely ahead of James Wilson. And we need to keep an eye on Danny Cassar, because he's going to cross the line in 3rd place and is a lap ahead of his closest rivals. He
is, yeah, he has absolutely nailed this. We could also see that getting on with it straight away is Danny Harrison at the wheel of the Ford Fiesta that he's taken over from Richard Wheeler. So those cars threading their way through traffic. The overall race leader, though, Sean Ely, heading out of Druitt, hasn't as yet overtaken that Ford Puma that is ahead of him in the hands of Luke Johnson, but he should be able to pick that off, I would have thought, along the Cooper Straight. Here comes Sean Ely now. Yep, the Peugeot goes past the Ford Puma and places a further lap on it. James Wilson also does the same, so nose to tail for the lead of the race, heading through Surtees, up towards McLaren, on towards Clearways. It's the 205 that leads the 206.
It is for now. I've got a feeling Sean Eady will be a bit quicker in a straight line. Yes, he is. All of a sudden starts to extend that margin ever more. Coming towards them in the background there, I think, is the number 94 machine. Yes, it is. So Ben Urin will have handed over to Adam Urin, and they're getting closer, lifting up that inside rear wheel on the way through, and now we almost saw a change. Sean Ely on the inside, it was James Wilson on the outside. On the brakes, James Wilson so much later. They're still going to be side by side by the time they arrive at Druids. They're slowing each other down and leaving themselves vulnerable to the cars behind. James Wilson with his lights ablaze, desperately trying to hold on to the inside, can't keep the nose in, so Sean Ely just about holds on to the lead of this race, but James Wilson really making it hard work.
Yeah, brilliant squabble between the pair of them. Sean Ely went through his usual pre-race ritual and just made sure that himself and the car, in terms of a combination, were as light as possible before the beginning of the race. And as he turns his way now through the right-hander at Surtees McLaren on towards Clearways and then Clark Curve, the pair of them are getting caught by Adam Brown, but Adam Brown had that much longer pit stop because of those race wins earlier on in the season, so he might overtake them both, but he's not going to be picking up the lead of the race. So it's Sean Ely still from James Wilson, but ever closing on them now is number 86 Danny Cassar, who's there in third place in the Honda Integra DC5.
Yeah, desperately trying to find a way through. He's got Andrew Windmill just further up the road. He's got Ben Urin on the inside. He's got Danny Harrison tried to look through there as well. Adam Brown is all involved, so too is Steve Papworth, so too is the car of Alfie Jones. It's a very busy section of circuit, and all of a sudden Adam Brown's trying to go for the lead. Danny Cassar's picking his way through and past James Wilson. Up the inside, Adam Brown gets in front of race leader Sean Ely. Then it's Andrew Windmill who is chasing down Adam Brown. Danny Cassar's still trying to find his way through and past the car of Sean Ely. Still involved is Danny Harrison. That is the battle for the lead.
It is, yeah. It's the cars that are third, fourth and fifth over the line now as Danny Cassar goes through and ahead of Sean Ely's Peugeot, picks up the lead of the race. Danny Harrison follows him through in the Ford Fiesta. Ahead of them both is Adam Brown and Andrew Windmill, but remember, they had longer to spend in the pits, so they are at the moment only just, and I do mean only just, on the lead lap. They've got Danny Cassar, the race-leading Honda Integra, right behind them, but he's got to keep pushing. He's got Danny Harrison's Ford Fiesta right on his boot lid, so brilliant battle, isn't it? Two cars desperate to try and stay on the lead lap, and two cars desperate to try and overtake them.
Yeah, we'll wait to see as to exactly how this is going to play out, because Adam Brown is slightly quicker through the corners, but on the exit just runs out of steam, and that allows Danny Cassar to draw himself level. Up the inside he will go. He's desperately trying to put a car between himself and Danny Harrison. It's worked, because now Adam Brown is separating Danny Harrison and Danny Cassar, so it's allowing the Danny Cassar in that Integra just to run away in what is effectively the lead of this race. He's closing in on the very noisy Andrew Windmill as they come over the start-finish line on the brakes in towards turn one. Danny Cassar with his newly inherited lead. Adam Brown's fighting back at Danny Harrison in the lead of the in second place. So Adam Brown, he's effectively been the thorn in the side of effective race leader, and of course there is now a change further down. Go on.
Yeah, just looking at the battle that's going on between James Wilson, followed by then still Sean Ely, as down in towards Graham Hill, but Danny Cassar finally is able to squeeze his way alongside, through and past Andrew Windmill. So Danny Cassar leading the way, and now he's got another car at least acting as a buffer, and a quick one as well. Andrew Windmill between himself and the car that's second in the race, which is Danny Harrison. So number 86 Danny Cassar leads the way, his Honda Integra. The Fiesta of Danny Harrison is there in second place, number 24. Sean Ely in the Peugeot 205 is still third at the moment, and the number 234 car of James Wilson is there in fourth place. But this varying pit stop window and the fact that people have had success seconds and the safety car has really shaken up this race.
I think Danny Harrison runs out of gear on the run towards turn one. You can hear it bouncing off the rev limiter by the time they arrive at Paddock Hill Bend. Further down the order, Gary Barlow's Integra, now in the hands of Alfie Jones, has picked his way through and past James Wilson and will try and close in on Steve Papworth further up the road. But Danny Cassar, as you say, he's got plenty of clear track in front of him. The next car he will meet will be the white Ford Puma in the hands of Nick Full-James. But after that, again, yet more clear track, so he can drive into that, knowing full well Andrew Windmill is, at the moment, just being a bit of a buffer between himself and Danny Harrison. So Cassar leads. Adam Brown is, albeit, I think, technically a lap down now. Whereabouts will he fall? Down in 22nd place overall, third in Class C. So they also have Charlie Ford, fairly new to the series, doing well in that mid-pack. But back over the line goes Danny Cassar. Blue flag's being waved. and we're starting to see overall fastest lap set by that number 86 Integra, 52.781.
Yeah, just having a look at what's going on further down through the top 6 as well. The number 2 Honda Civic, Blair Roebuck, he's running in 5th place at the moment in leading class D1, leading class D. And then also we've got the likes of Adrian Matthews at the wheel of the Volvo. He's inside the top 10 at the moment. He started down in 15th position, so he's having a good run at the wheel of the C30. So our race leader, Danny Cassar, along the Cooper Straight, up towards Surtees and then McLaren. The second place Ford Fiesta, the number 24 car in the hands of Danny Harrison, still sitting right behind Andrew Windmill's 21st place Honda Civic at the moment, but we know Andrew is a quick car. The safety car really undid what he was hoping to do to try and overcome that extra 60 seconds that he spent in the pit lane. It looks like he's running second on the road, isn't he? But he's running in 20th position as it is now.
Yeah, and it shows he has the pace to run second on the road, albeit first as well, with those 2 success penalties running in conjunction with each other. The 2 30-second penalties that he had picked up. And again, all through the grass goes Steve Papworth, and all through the gravel, pardon me, on the exit of turn 1, ran so wide, nipped over the front of Alfie Jones. How those two avoided each other, I don't know, but Steve Papworth very well collected up and can continue running in what position he's in, down in 23rd place. That was a big old moment. Go on.
Have a look for the battle for the final few places inside the top 6, just coming down in towards a braking area for Graham Hill Bend now. Sean Ely under pressure from David Bellamy, and then lock brakes from Blair Roebuck behind at the wheel of the black and yellow Honda. Round the outside of him goes Adrian Matthews, and then just behind those is the number 40 car of Mark Churton as well. So that's sort of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th places all together as they head round through Surtees up towards McLaren. And at the front of that little queue is Sean Ely. He is in 6th place, desperate to try and hang on to the lead of the race. It looks as though the car in 5th place, Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon, John behind the wheel at the moment, may well have picked up a penalty, the number 46 car, for transgressing the circuit limits.
Yeah, so you can only imagine, because that wasn't one of the cars that brought our attention during the pit window. Yet more penalties being dished out as well. The only car that we spotted was Mark Lane, but with now 3 cars being provided penalties, one of those being the number 94 of Adam and Ben Uren, getting their penalty applied. We'll have to try and pick out exactly what it is for. Normally if it's 30 plus seconds, you gather it will be for a pit lane infringement. Into the pit lane comes Andrew Windmill, so something's gone wrong there. 60 seconds has been applied to the Reynolds and Ridgeon car, 30 seconds has been applied to the Urans, and 30.3 to Mark Lane. So that makes me think something else has gone on that's brought the attention of the stewards.
Yeah, so yeah, he was the only one that showed as his pit stop time was in red, but yeah, into the pit lane, as you say, unfortunately has come Andrew Windmill. Sean Ely in the Peugeot 205 has had a brilliant race. He might not be quite at the sharp end anymore now, but he has been battling away. He's lost a few places though. Mark Churton's Renault Clio has gone through and ahead of the Peugeot 205 this time. And Blair Roebuck, is he slowing a little bit at the wheel of the Honda as he heads towards Paddock Hill Bend?
That looked very slow over the line, and you could almost hear him lift off as he came towards the line. He's taking standard racing lines, and maybe it was just a missed gear or hit the brakes and there wasn't as much response as he initially thought. But over the line goes Danny Cassar. That is going to be Danny Harrison bouncing off the rev limiter. And of course now Danny Cassar has to really work hard because Andrew Windmill isn't separating them, albeit there is quite a gap between first and second on the road. James Wilson nailed his pit stop. He's still running in 3rd place.
Yeah, it really has been a brilliant drive from James Wilson at the wheel of the Peugeot 206. So he'll be looking to see whether he can gain a further position. But at the moment he's 19 seconds behind Danny Harrison, and their last lap time he was much slower than the Ford Fiesta, so I don't think he's going to get there. Still got 11 minutes of this race to go. There's still good battles going on as well. Adrian Matthews at the wheel of the Volvo, just heading through Paddock Hill Bend, has still got breathing down his neck. David Bellamy, he got ahead of the Peugeot last time through, did the Volvo, but David Bellamy is going to be hugely keen to try and work his way back through if he can. Danny Harrison's car sounds very noisy.
I think he went for a 6th gear that the car didn't have. So I'm assuming he's been driving other machinery which does have 6 gears, and all of a sudden you take a 6th gear away and yeah, you end up finding yourself either in neutral or reverse, dependent on how the H pattern works in that car. Danny Cassar continuing to pick his way through, but a big old moment for one of the Renault Clios.
Dominic Rose.
Yeah, Dominic Rose. He locked up on the way in, and then in doing that put himself on the grass, which locked all four wheels effectively, and that just dropped him even deeper into the grass. Adam Brown finds himself at that section of circuit picking his way through some of the traffic. What of Alan Wilshire? He's now second in Class E and effectively fighting on the road for second in Class E with the car of car number 82. That's Mark Lane, but of course they've got that penalty applied.
Yeah, the problem for Adam Brown there was that car was recovering following its spin, and he caught very rapidly Glenn Copeland. Initially briefly overtook him.
That was a yellow flag zone, wasn't it?
But he did back off again and gave the position back, realising he just couldn't slow up in time. So more sensible, I think, to do that, to give the place back rather than slam on the brakes, lock all four wheels and cause an accident. So sensible driving from Adam Brown there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, more blue flags being waved. So the marshals are having a busy old job throughout throughout this race, because you've got to almost pick out your fastest five, your slowest five, and keep an eye on everybody else in the middle. So it's a busy old job out there on the posts, but with just under 10 minutes remaining, the complexion of this race could still completely change. Dominic Rose, with that small mistake, 6 places lost.
Yeah, just have a look who's leading Puma Cup. It's car number 100, which is the silver car with the checkers to it, James Clare, that leads the Puma Cup at the moment. So over the start-finish line goes our race leader, Danny Cassar. Danny Harrison, not that far behind.
No, they've really
second place. They have closed up again, haven't they? The difficulty is we don't know what the gap is because the transponders are working on the 24 car. It's around about 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, that's really close down compared to what we've seen over the previous lap. So I don't know whether traffic has just been slightly better managed by Danny Harrison, or there's been a small mistake from Danny Cassar. Looking at the lap times, there was very little between them. So I'm not exactly sure as to when that gap came down as substantially as it has. Blue flags effectively just being held out by the marshals at this point. No matter where they look, a brilliant battle has just gone over the line. And that is for one of the Peugeots that we've got out. I think that was Peter Parkin, fighting away. Was that with the Urans that they were fighting with?
It is. That's not for position, though, I don't think, is it? Because the Urans are down in 20th position. Peter Parkin and the Peugeot is running in 4th place.
Yeah, so back over the line, bouncing off the revolutor, not quite that time, Danny Harrison, so he'll just be slightly hampered in a straight line. Danny Cassar continues to lead this race. The gap will have come out, I'd say, this time, maybe to 1.1, 1.2 seconds. We'll wait for the timing screen to update. Of course, I'm wrong. It's come down by around about 0.5 of a second, so the lead margin continues to be worked down, but of course, that can all change dependent on how they pick their way through traffic. And Peter Parkin and Ben Uran, have they swapped around?
Yes, they have. Yeah, the Civic went through and ahead of the Peugeot, but that wasn't for positions. We say that the Civic is a lap adrift, and now Peter Parkin at the wheel of the Peugeot comes back again as they head over the start-finish line. So they're still together up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Shame that's not for position. So they work their way through there. How long have we got? We've got 7.5 minutes to go. Danny Cassar still leading the way. The gap has come out this time, though. You said it come down by 0.5 on the previous lap. Through goes Danny Harrison, and that car wasn't making as much noise as it came over the start-finish line. It was off the throttle a lot earlier. It's a full second gain there by Danny Cassar on that lap in the lead of the race. Yeah,
and it's not exactly been a slow lap by Danny Harrison. I think more longevity of a car he doesn't own is probably at the top of the priority list now, making sure that car gets to the end without allowing valves to touch other engine internals. That would be the last thing you'd want, especially when it's not your car. Danny Cassar picking his way through traffic as quickly and concisely as possible, as by way of... Go on.
He's short shifting. Danny Harrison is definitely short shifting.
Yeah, maybe something to do with temperatures if he's been running it on the red line. Peter Parkin and Ben Uran still fighting away. A big old lock-up from Peter Parkin. That pitches him sideways in towards Paddock Hill Bend. But the pair of them sparring like it is for position. Peter Parkin wants to crack on with this and try and catch up and onto the coattails of James Wilson, who he will be able to see. There's not too much separating the pair of them. There's a black and orange flag going out for number 24. Do you think after all of that, bouncing off the revolutor, eventually the car is just starting to develop an issue?
Yeah, so is it 24 the black and orange has gone out for?
Yes.
It is, yes. So, yeah, so that will be why then Danny Harrison was short shifting. He knew that he was destined for the pit lane at the end of this one. It does make me wonder, the car was rather noisy, whether the environmental scrutineers have picked up the fact that it's putting out a few more dB than it ought to be. Yeah,
it does make you wonder, doesn't it? I'm sure all will be revealed. However, James Wilson, he goes over the line, and Steve Papworth picks him off, albeit not a change for position. James Wilson, of course, yes, now the car of Danny Harrison and Richard Wheeler has come into the pit lane. James Wilson is second place. Peter Parkin works his way up into third, albeit the Reynolds and Ridgeon number 46 machines closing them down.
It is, yeah. So Peter Parkin is the dark blue Peugeot, which is just heading up towards Druids now. And if you look behind that, you've got the silver and black bonneted Honda Civic, which is now in the hands of John Ridgeon. That is closing in, but remember, that car does have a time penalty, and it has got a 60-second penalty for some sort of infringement.
Yeah, so whilst we may see the position change out on circuit, it won't count come the end of the race. We did have somebody else fight. Yeah, Peter Parkin, he wants to try and close in on James Wilson, but he's too busy locking horns with Ben Uren at the moment. They've started to separate very slightly, albeit I'm sure Peter Parkin wants to close up ever more onto James Wilson further up the road. Danny Cassar will be more than comfortable leading the way. 40 seconds, the lead margin. So even potentially with what, if they had one winner's penalty applied to them, they'd still be leading.
Yeah, I think the difficulty for some of these drivers out there, when they're driving solo, depending on what signals are getting from the pit boards, they probably don't know who they're battling with. So Peter Parkin probably has no idea at all that the car that he is doing battle with is not necessarily for position. And it'll be the same for the likes of Steve Papworth at the wheel of the number 14 Honda Civic, which just exits Graham Hill Bend now and heads along the Cooper Straight. He'll see he's got James Wilson just behind him, probably blissfully unaware that James Wilson is a full lap ahead of him.
Yeah, you just drive around as fast as you can, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
and hope that the cars you're overtaking are for position. But Danny Cassar goes through and has eased that car back into the 54s now, comfortable enough with the lead margin he has. Over the line will come Steve Papworth. Just a little bit further back is James Wilson, so he goes through in second place. Peter Parkin continuing to fight with Ben Uren, but will have the number 46 of Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon fighting away with them as well. So the Peugeot sandwich made up by Honda Civic Bread.
Yes, it is at the moment. So up towards the braking area for Druids, they will work their way. So Peter Parkin looking to try and make sure he keeps that pesky Honda Civic behind him of John Ridgeon. Ahead of him is the car of Ben Uren that he's been doing battle with. There's another Peugeot, that'll be Miles Mosley, isn't it, that's just ahead of them. Miles is about to get lapped at the wheel of the number 58 car. Where's he running? He's running in 17th position at the moment, the number 58 car. So lots of back marker lap read still to be done. 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Car number 86, Danny Cassar, still leads the way.
Yeah, and does so comfortably, doesn't he, at this stage in the race. Steve Papworth being, as ever, as aggressive through traffic as he needs to be, just to try and tick yet further laps in the book. As expected, the number 98 of David Bellamy leads Class E at the moment. Sean Ely still leading Class F by quite some margin. Do we have another Class F runner out this weekend? No, I don't think we do. That would explain that one. Adam Brown, he's worked his way up into 10th place, albeit with a penalty, 5-second time penalty being applied to Adam Brown. So he's worked his way inside the top 10, but I'm afraid that won't stick. However, he is now leading Class C, with the retirement of Richard Wheeler and Danny Harrison, and they have worked their way through and past Charlie Ford, who is currently running second in Class C.
So just over 2 minutes still remaining on the clock. Danny Cassar heading along the Cooper Straight. He's going to have a busy section of circuit before too much longer. He's about to catch that squabble that we've been talking about of Peter Parkin, Ben Uren, Adrian Matthews at the wheel of the Volvo, and then Miles Mosley. So our race leader trying to squeeze his way past the traffic. He gets past some of them on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but having got past one horde of traffic, there's an even bigger queue that's ahead of him now that's just exiting Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids.
I remember seeing a fabulous onboard video aboard that number 86 Hillwood Auto Honda Integra of Danny fighting his way through traffic at Donington Park, and did so, almost arrived at a massive group, went flying through, and everybody was sort of sat there with their arms in the air as if to go, how have you done that? So very confident through traffic is Danny. Immediately catches onto the coattails of those cars up the road and isn't wasting any time at all. We have seen Peter Parkin not only pass Ben Uren but start to extend the margin. He's not exactly getting close enough to James Wilson with only 1 minute and a quarter remaining, but all it takes is a small mistake from James Wilson and we could see a change for the overall podium. There goes James Wilson. There goes Peter Parkin over the line. There's not much separating them now at all, is there?
There isn't now, and Danny Cassar is closing in on them and is heading on to his penultimate lap of the race this time through at the wheel of the number 86 Honda Integra DC5. So through Paddock Hill Bend, then clambering up towards the braking area for Druids. Still lots of back markers to deal with for our race leader. The next of those is going to be the car that spun Dominic Rose down at Graham Hill Bend a few laps ago. That'll be the next car that Danny picks off, and he does that on the run down in towards Graham Hill Bend. And then he might pick another couple off as he heads down the Cooper Straight, yes, up the inside of the light green Mark Jackson Ford Puma. And then the next car will be Alan Wiltshire's Ford Fiesta, which he dives up the inside of decisively as he heads through Clearways and Clark Curve. So he's heading on to, in a second, his final lap of the race.
Peter Parkins got very close to James Wilson all of a sudden. Onto the final lap of the race they will go, because Danny Cassar will pass them.
But he's going to lap everybody if that's the case.
He's going to lap absolutely everybody out there. James Wilson with a bit of a lock-up. The battle between second and third was 0.6 of a second. We still haven't got the podium decided. If Danny Cassar picks his way through the pair of them, all 32 other cars, Danny Cassar and Nigel Ainge will have passed. What a present to Nigel Ainge. But all of a sudden, the battle for second place, James Wilson and Peter Parkin, they've been fighting amongst themselves and amongst everybody else throughout this race. All of a sudden, at the right time, they've come together.
They have, and if Danny Cassar doesn't lap them, it does mean that we'll get another lap for this fantastic battle for who might be second and who might be third. I think Danny Cassar's eased off on this final lap, so he's heading towards the win, but the two cars ahead of him are still trying to work out who wants to be second and who wants to be third. It's the Peugeot 206 of James Wilson that's still in second, but the Peugeot 306 of Peter Parkin is a little bit quicker in a straight line. They're about to head on to their final lap of the race, still fighting for second and third, but here comes our race winner. Danny Cassar wins the Coord Sports Tin Tops race here at Brands Hatch, and that's a brilliant birthday present, an 80th birthday present for his co-driver Nigel Ainge. As for the squabble for second and third, well, it's still the Peugeot 206 of James Wilson heading up in towards Druids, still being shadowed by Peter Parkin. And as they head then out of the corner and down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend, Peter Parkin doesn't seem quite close enough at this stage. James Wilson is maybe a little bit slower through the corner than Peter Parkin. Peter Parkin also seems to have a bit of a straight line speed advantage, so the gap between the pair of them had opened up at the start of the lap. It's closed up towards the end of the lap, and they are still together now as they come round through Clearways and Clark Curve. It's still the 206 ahead of the 306, and on the run to the line, has Peter Parkin got anything else he can offer up to James Wilson? He's having a go, he's closing the gap, but he's not going to get there in time, I don't think. So it's James Wilson that finishes in second position. Peter Parkin, I think that's probably his best ever result in a Tin Tops race, finishing in third position. Adrian Matthews in the Volvo, number 132, was there in fourth place, and David Bellamy was there in fifth, with Adam Brown completing the top six. Mark Churton was seventh, ahead of Sean Ely in eighth place. Richard Fole was there in ninth place, and it was Gary Barlow and Alfie Jones that were 10th. Steve Papworth was 11th, Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon were 12th. 13th place in the end was the number 119 car, which was going to be Dominic Rose after his spin. Alan Wiltshire was 14th, Miles Mosley was 15th, 16th was the number 69 car of Charlie Ford, 17th was number 114, which is going to be Toby Horn, and then it was the Urens that were next, which was Adam and Ben, finished in 18th place. 19th place was the Brindle Puma Cup, which was car number 100, James Clare, competing in the top 20, was number 82, which was Mark Lane. As for our class winners, Class A was won by Ainge and Cassar, Class B2 was won by James Wilson, Class B1 was won by Peter Parkin, Class E was won by David Bellamy, Class C was Adam Brown, Class F was Sean Ely, and then we've got Class D was won by number 114, which was Toby Horn, and of course the Pumas, as we mentioned, was won by car number 100, which was James Clare, won the Puma Cup. So brilliant race, and hopefully down there, ready to have a chat with them, at least some of the drivers, if not the top three, is Jack.
Yeah, so I'm down here at the very end of the pit lane. We're just waiting, of course, for Peter Parkin and James Wilson, because they were the last, in theory, cars to take the checkered flag after being almost a lap down. But looking at Danny Cassar, he's just joined me down here, getting his helmet and hands device off. I can see Sean Ely coming towards us. I'd imagine they're just picking their way in towards the pit lane. Now we also have some of the Puma Cup cars just rolling their way down the pit lane as well, but we can grab a word with race winner Danny Cassar. I mean, what a present for Nigel Ainge, because qualifying 2 flying laps and it was good enough for pole, and in that race, all bar 2, you lapped everybody.
I didn't realise that. I know through the pit stops we pitted at the right time, which is unusual for us. We normally like to make it hard for ourselves. But yeah, we got out, and I noticed a lot of the front running cars were basically a lap down. But I knew I had the Wheeler Fiesta with Danny on board, and there's always going to be a threat, even with no fifth gear. So
I'm guessing that's why we heard it bouncing off the rev limiter so much over the start-finish line.
Yeah, I think they lost gear in qualifying, so it was. We knew at the end of the straight they might be struggling a little bit, but it's such a good car, and with good drivers on board, it's always going to be a threat.
I mean, a win now, though, that gives you a 30-second penalty for anything else remaining this year. Is that something that bothers you, or going off the performance today, just do what you normally do?
Yeah, I mean, last year we managed to get 4 wins, so even with the penalties just make it fun because it gives everybody a chance of getting a result. And yeah, it makes it interesting. It makes it good to watch because the quicker guys have got to work for it. They can't just turn up and cruise around, so it's good fun.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Danny. We'll very quickly grab a word with Peter Parkin before the next race gets underway. So we might not grab James Wilson, unfortunately. We'll wait for Peter to get his glasses off, then his helmet and hands device. Do we have enough time to squeeze in another interview, Mark?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we'll try and grab Peter Parkin.
So I think that's potentially his best ever result in tin tops.
Yeah, so we'll grab Peter. Peter, potentially your best ever result in tin tops, very nearly second place. That looked like so much fun, but some very hard work.
Yeah, it was a hot race, a bit of a messed up qualifying. But yeah, the car's going fantastic. It shed its alternator belt halfway through the race, so I was hoping the battery would keep going. But yeah, fantastic, nice grip and brilliantly set up car by Mr. Chambers himself. So and hand over at least some of it to him. So.
And effectively the perfect day because it's warm but not too warm, and the Brands Hatch Circuit, as ever, beautifully presented. It must have been a joy to come over the line and know that you're on the podium.
Yeah, it was. I was unsure of my position at the end, so I'm over the moon with what's transpired. But yeah, fantastic. I really enjoyed it.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Peter. We've got James Wilson here. James, you nailed that pit stop, didn't you? You came in just as the pit window opened. I think there was 2 seconds you had just to get in. Pit window open, straight in, nailed that.
I spent all the safety car laps doing the maths of how long we were taking to get round and when we'd get round on that next lap. And yeah, it was on just under 10 minutes as I came into pit lane, hovered a little bit before I got to the line, and then, yeah, got a massive jump on everyone else. But I didn't realise it was that much of a jump. It was, yeah, Peter, I can't believe it.
It looked like good fun as well, not only picking your way through the traffic, but having to fight with some cars, maybe try and let others by, and then all of a sudden seeing Peter becoming quite ominous in that rearview mirror.
Yeah, I mean, P2 on the first lap after the safety car, I thought, I really want to lead. I need to go for it at paddock, and actually got through, and we were side by side with Sean. Very fair racing through Druids and down to Graham Hill, but he just nipped me on the exit, and then all the faster guys came through, but obviously a lap behind, I guess. Yeah, just absolutely stoked with that. It was so good, so much fun.
Great stuff. Congratulations. Well done, James. Well done, Peter, and of course, well done, Danny, as well. So I think they are only the 3 that we've got down here, Mark. We've got a few cars, I think, just qualifying out of session whilst we've got a bit of time. But in the meantime, back up to you.
Thanks a lot. Yep, so as you say, we've got 3 cars out there that I'm guessing in the early qualification session, the second drivers weren't able to set times. So they're just making sure that they've done their 3 required laps. That will enable that car then, with both drivers having done the minimum period of 3 laps, enable those cars to take their position on their respective grid for their race, either later on today or tomorrow, as the case may be, when we have our main Brands Britannia event here. I can see the cars for the next race are already forming up in the assembly area. It's the combined Ram Air BMW Championship and Liquimoly Slick Series that will be heading out onto circuit very shortly, and we should be able to guide you through the grid for this one now. Niall Bradley qualified on pole position at the wheel of his BMW E46 M3, and alongside is Graham Crowhurst in the almost BMW Works car-esque. Jason West and Michael Vituli are there on row number 2, and it's James Card and Brian Branson that sit there on row number 3. Adrian Bradley and Ollie Neves are there on row number 4, with row number 5 being comprised on the inside by Wayne Lewis, and alongside is Giuseppe Calari. Ronan Bradley and Dean Beckett are there on row number 6, with Kevin Granger and John Wyatt on row number 7, and it's David Aspden and Stuart Amphlett that are there on row number 8. That's all of the Ram Air BMW cars. Then will be a couple of rows gap before we then see the Liquimoly Slick Series cars out there, and pole position for those was number 5, David Harrison, alongside Andy Southcott, number 175. Row 2 for the Slick Series is 151 Nathan Lucky, who is teammate to David Harrison, the pole sitter, alongside 13 Tom Walpole. And the final row for the Slick Series, number 11, long-time BMW racer, but latterly has been very successful in his Porsches, Peter Chalice, alongside the number 2 car of Max Petch, which hopefully has been repaired, because that I think, shed a wheel as it deposited itself in the gravel trap earlier on today. Now, because this is a split grid, we are going to see some overtaking. So, for instance, Niall Bradley, who is the fastest of the BMWs, starts having set a time on the front of the grid. He is on pole position of a 48.985. But the first of the Slick Series cars, David Harrison, did a 48.6 in qualifying. He was 0.3 of a second quicker, but David Harrison is off the back of the grid. Niall Harrison is on the front of the grid, and that is because all of the BMWs will start, and then the Slick Series cars will go. Slicks is just a series, the Ram Air BMW is a championship, and in terms of Niall Bradley's success so far this year, he claimed a win at Donington Park for the second round of the championship, which was on the 23rd of March. He also claimed a win at Silverstone when we were there as well on the Grand Prix circuit on the 22nd of June. He's had a couple of seconds, one of those came at Thruxton, another at Silverstone. He's had a third, one of those came at Thruxton. So he's scored good points so far this season, but it's the points that you accumulate within your respective class you need to look for. So we also need to keep an eye on what Jason West is doing, who's going to line up third on the grid, because Jason West has had 3 overall wins. He's also had an extra class win to add to that, which was a second place overall at Donington. He's had another second, he's had a third at Silverstone, he took a 6th at Thruxton. So Jason West is another driver who is scoring well in terms of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason West as well at Anglesey was going so well, running on wet on a drying track. So all of a sudden the car was all kinds of sideways. It was a busy old job for Jason, so we'll see as to exactly how he can execute potentially some good podiums and some good points throughout this weekend. But for me, it's really all eyes on Niall Bradley, because he's been racing BMWs for a long time. But it's nice to see Graham Crowhurst out in that livery. Has got to be one of the standouts this weekend.
It has, yeah, the BMW Art Car livery on the E46 M3. And that was a livery, not on the E46 that they ran it was on the E90, wasn't it?
It was E92 or something, yeah,
the E92 Le Mans and
was it the
IMSA.
GT2 they ran it on?
I think it probably was, yeah, I think it probably was. But it does look really good, doesn't it, on the E46 M3. Watch out for the Slick Series cars coming through the order as well. It's good to see that Max Petch is out at the wheel of the Ginetta after it's off into the gravel trap earlier on today. This is a shorter race, though. This is just a 20-minute race that we've got, and we will see these cars back out for a further race later on this afternoon. They're scheduled to be back out on circuit at around about 3:10 this afternoon. So Niall Bradley on pole position. His car is black with green. Alongside is the black and multicoloured car of Graham Crowhurst. Row 2 of the grid, it's black and orange for Jason West, alongside the largely red car of Michael Vituli. Third row of the grid, it's silver for James Card, alongside the orange and black car of Brian Branson. And row 4 for the former MG racer Ollie Neves, it's yellow and black, alongside the red and black car of Adrian Bradley. For the Slick Series cars, it's the Team Tasman Porsche. White with green and yellow flashes to it of David Harrison, alongside the blue MG of Andy Southcott. Row 2 for the Slick Series, it's black with green and yellow for Nathan Lucky, alongside the largely black and white Ariel Atom, isn't it, of Tom Walpole. So yeah. Jack, we're about to get it underway.
We are indeed. So all eyes Niall Bradley at the front of the order. What can he do about trying to immediately capitalise on that pole position? Graham Crowhurst, can he do anything around the outside? Anybody else thereafter? Brian Branson, you never know, he might come through the order as well. He knows exactly what to do behind the wheel of a BMW. So there's plenty of overtaking to be done inter-class and in their respective classes. But Niall Bradley from pole position, red lights are on. When they go out, we'll go racing for the first time in the Ram Air BMW Championship, and then the Liquid Moly Slick Series. The red lights go out. Who gets the best start? I think that's Graham Crowhurst on the outside that immediately just is slightly quicker on the uptake. Michael Vituli is trying to argue his way up through the inside as well. They just about nip their way through turn 1. A poor start from Jason West. Brian Branson is trying to capitalise from the cars behind, and away go the Liquid Moly Slick Series, albeit, are we missing a Porsche already?
We're not. It's just the pole sitter has dropped right the way down to 4th position, but I didn't see what happened at the start there. For the BMWs, Niall Bradley still leading the way, but feeling the pinch from Graham Crowhurst and then Michael Vituli as they head along the Cooper Straight. Who's there in 4th place? That is going to be Jason West that's there in 4th place at the moment. Brian Branson is 5th, and James Card will complete the top 6 in the all-silver E46 M3. You see the front three, though, are just starting to edge away, aren't they? So front three getting away a little bit from the fourth place car of Jason West.
Yeah, James Card really starting to apply the pressure onto Brian Bransom now. In turn, he's got Adrian Bradley tucked up and behind him. So the top three fighting away, and then there's that gap in the middle which holds Jason West. Then there's Brian Bransom, James Card and Adrian Bradley fighting away. Not too far off the back of that one is Ollie Neves. He's in there as well. And now we're already starting to see some of the Liquimoli Slick Series cars try and pick their way through the Ram Air BMW Championship. One of those, I think, leading the way in the Slick Series class is Nathan Lucky.
It is, yeah, the black car with the green and the yellow flashes, who usually shares the car with David Harrison in other championships and series that they do, but they're out separately in their Porsches this weekend. So for the lead of the race, we're about to see the Ram Air BMWs come back over the start-finish line. Niall Bradley leading the way. Remember, he's only had a couple of wins so far this season. Donington Park and last time out at Silverstone were his 2 wins. And he's edged away a little bit more now, hasn't he, from Graham Crowhurst in second place. Not by much, by an extra beam a length, though, I would say, as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, and of course, Niall Bradley, the issues that he had at the start of the year, Donington Park, to note, the car wasn't quite running exactly where he wanted. Throughout this year, it started to come back to him. Was that a big old moment for Adrian Bradley? He'd worked his way through and past James Card, but that small mistake has dropped him right back into the clutches. James Card responds, and then that puts Ollie Neves in on the mix as well. So it's all starting to close in at that aspect of the race. Brian Bransom, he's applying yet further pressure onto Jason West for fourth.
I think I saw a gravelly moment also for number 37, Cavan Granger, heading through Paddock Hill Bend that time, and also into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, has come the Ginetta of Max Petch that had those problems in qualifying. So that is already one car in towards potential retirement. So over the start-finish line will come our race leaders. There's still good fights going on, isn't there? James Card in the silver BMW in 7th place under intense pressure from Ollie Neves that sits right behind him. Ollie's is the yellow and black car. And this time as they head through Paddock Hill Bend, it looks so Brian Branson gets a great drive coming out of Paddock Hill Bend and might gain a place as he on the run in towards Druids. He's having a go at Jason West, but hasn't quite got there yet.
No, Jason gets on the power nice and early. The rear end wagging away as he's trying to get the power down on the way in as well. That car just sort of it carries him into the corner, maybe not quite down through the gearbox as quick as he would like. And now Brian Branson is afforded another opportunity here in a straight line, potentially as they come towards Clearways on the exit of Clark Curve. If they can nail the exit, we could see Brian Branson and Jason West side by side by the time they arrive at Paddock Hill Bend. Back over the line comes Niall Bradley. He's still being hunted down by Graham Crowhurst, albeit not as close as we've seen them so far this race. Over the line goes Jason West and Brian Branson. And further down, it's almost started to settle down. Have we seen a change for the lead as well? Is that Andy Southcott now leading the Slick Series?
Andy Southcott in the Lennon Midget leads the Slick Series from David Harrison, who's second in the white Porsche. Down to third is Nathan Lucky, who is also very unlucky. I did wonder how he'd got such a good start. The number 151 black Porsche of Nathan Lucky, 10-second penalty for what I could only assume was being out of position at the start. We didn't see that start, but he must have got too good a start, as was deemed by the officials. So he's dropped to third, and has then got the penalty looming as well.
Yeah, absolutely so. So the penalty will be applied in best part of 16 minutes time. Hopefully back out onto circuit we will see Chris and Max Petch. We also have coming into the pit lane another car that looks like initially, as we look down the order, we can't
Ronan Bradley?
It's either Ronan Bradley or either the Shane Taylor and Dean Beckett car.
It's Stuart Amphlett.
Stuart Amphlett into the pit lane, of course. So Stuart Amphlett into the pit lane. 2 places gained on the lap prior by Liquimoli Slick Series race leader Andy Southcott. He continues to chip his way through the order. Adrian Bradley will be the next car he meets. And then after that, you've got Brian Branson and Jason West, who continue to fight away. In the lead of the race, Niall Bradley continues to pull away from Graham Crowhurst. In turn, the same goes the way of Michael Vituli. Then we get to Jason West and Brian Branson. But for the moment, Andy Southcott's making it look easy, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's like a hot knife through butter, isn't he, as he's picking off these BMWs. Good testing as well for him in reality for tomorrow for the JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sports, which we'll see him, I'm sure, out in. So over the start-finish line will come our race leader. Now, at least one more place gained for the car of Andy Southcott that time through. He's going to gain another one this time as he comes over the start-finish line and gets past Brian Branson. And then the next car he'll want to pick off will be the number 76 car of Jason West, which he can't quite do on the run through Paddock Hill Bend, but he should be able to do it on the brakes heading up towards Druids. He's got the inside line, and Jason West gives him racing room. Another place gained.
David Harrison through the same gap as well. I think Brian Branson was trying to follow Andy Southcott up the inside of Jason West, but all of a sudden checked that inside mirror, and David Harrison was there. So David has been, again, super aggressive through traffic just to try and carve his way through. James Card still under that little bit of pressure from Ollie Neves, but now they have a car separating them. That's Nathan Lucky with that penalty looming over his head. The Petches have returned to the circuit. That's Chris and Max Petch, albeit a couple of laps down. Up the inside of them goes Michael Vituli. In his rearview mirror, he will see Andy Southcott gaining, and all of a sudden, the battle between Jason West and Brian Branson, it's got Adrian Bradley closing in as well. So the battle for what is effectively the final couple of spots inside the top 5, it's a 3-horse race now.
Yeah, I think Adrian Bradley's still trying to make amends for that gravelly moment that he had at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, and that sort of dropped him down through the order a little bit. Andy Southcott is also trying to still sneak through at the wheel of the Lenham MG and get himself ahead of Michael Vituli. That squabble you were talking about, Jason West, Brian Branson, and then the car of Bradley, which is Adrian Bradley, as a trio, all still absolutely rooted together as they go down towards the end of the Cooper Straight, through Surtees and up towards McLaren. And all of the time, this is while the Slick Series cars are still making that little bit of progress, aren't they? Through and ahead of Michael Vituli goes David Harrison, another place gained for the Porsche, and for the BMWs, looks as though we are going to have Adrian Bradley up the inside of Brian Branson. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can as he gets towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah,
race change there.
Brian Branson was so patient to turn in. I think he's now looking for the cutback. Will the inside come to him on the run up towards Druids? Brian Branson later on the brakes, but the door slams in his face. Adrian Bradley has now set his sights on Jason West and wants to work his way up in towards 4th place. They're absolutely nose to tail. The pair of them catching Chris and Max Petch in the recovering Ginetta G50, but Jason West has got lots of pressure being mounted on him now by Adrian Bradley. He seems to have just got a second wind at this point in this race, hasn't he?
He really does, yeah. So probably just once he's cleaned those tyres up, he was able to press on again a little bit more. So Niall Bradley over the start-finish line still leading. Graham Crowhurst in 2nd place. Andy Southcott in 3rd, but the Porsche behind him was 0.4 of a second quicker in the hands of David Harrison that time through. So they are closing up together, and we've still got that squabble that you're talking about, which is all trying to pick its way through back markers up at Paddock Hill Bend. Jason West almost was squeezed by the back marker, but needed to crack on because he's still got Adrian Bradley breathing down his trumpet.
Yeah, poor old David Aspden won't have known where to go. He'll have BMWs and Porsches everywhere, and that can get rather expensive rather quickly. Jason West, he's now under big pressure from Adrian Bradley, who's looking around the outside. Is he going to look for the cutback? No, not this time. And now being all compromised 3 wide along the back straight. Who was that? That
Nathan Lucky and Brian Branson.
Yeah, and I think also involved in that one was John Wyatt, completely out of his own accord. He didn't want to get involved in that one. Jason West and Adrian Bradley remain exactly where they are, nose to tail. Chris and Max Petch just slightly further up the road, but the pair of them pick their way through and past that Ginetta. On the run towards turn 1, is Adrian Bradley going to have another look to the outside? Yes, he is. Remaining defensive on the inside is Jason West, but now cutting late to the inside. Brilliant move by Adrian Bradley. They draw themselves level on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. The silhouettes match perfectly on the run up towards the braking area for Druids, and I think that'll be position gained for Adrian Bradley. Yes, it is. So Adrian can now focus on catching Michael Vituli as they pick their way through yet more traffic. Jason West gets massively compromised, albeit he's not under pressure from Brian Branson as of yet. The Liquid Molly Slick Series desperate to carve their way through at the same time.
Yeah, that was Kevin Granger, who I think has got a problem with his car and was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He seems to have picked up the pace a little bit again now, but yeah, they just met him in the wrong place, and that really compromised Jason West, as you say. Niall Bradley and Graham Crowhurst still continuing, but we've just had a new fastest lap of the race for Andy Southcott in 3rd place. So he did a 48.2. The race leader was a 49.4 last time through. So Andy Southcott, I think, may well be, potentially by the end of this lap, up into 2nd. He's just heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend at the moment. The multicoloured car of Graham Crowhurst only just ahead of the car that leads the Slick Series.
Yeah, so yeah, it took more battles to ignite. Further round the order, the lead margin is extending between Niall Bradley and Graham Crowhurst, but as a pair they are losing time to Andy Southcott, so we'll start to see that change very shortly. Will Andy Southcott pick his way through and past Graham Crowhurst by the time we get to the start finish line? Yes, he will. So in the rapid MG Lenham midget, Andy Southcott up into 2nd place on the road, continuing to lead the Slick Series aspect of the race rather comfortably indeed.
Yeah, so this is largely just a dress rehearsal for the JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sports tomorrow, where Andy Southcott will be hoping that the MG Lennon will, again, do good work for him. So now his focus will be fully on trying to catch the race leader, won't it, this next time through. Further down through the order, we've still got some squabbles and scores to be settled. Now, the Ginetta of Max Petch, of course, is nowhere running towards the front as a result of its pit stop. So it is now 4 laps off the lead, but it's not stopping him rolling his sleeves up and getting stuck in with the likes of Jason West, who is ahead of him, and also Brian Branson, who's behind him. So the black and orange BMW ahead, the largely orange BMW behind. Good little squabble. And Brian Branson's also got his hands full, hasn't he? He's trying to attack and defend at the same time. He's got Ollie Neves right behind him.
He does indeed, and we're starting to see yet further battles, as you say, start to ignite with only 9 minutes remaining on the clock. Back over the line goes Michael Vituli. He is being hunted down by Adrian Bradley. As we look at the lap times, yes, Adrian Bradley is gaining. And of course, the 151 machine of Nathan Lucky still with that penalty. He's getting involved in all of this as well. We've got Tom Walpole trying to carve his way through the order in that Ariel Atom 4 Turbo. So they're starting to end up with a bit of a busier job. Traffic is just a consistent playmaker throughout this race now.
Just keeping an eye on what's going on for the lead gap as well. Niall Bradley was 3.8 seconds to the good from Andy Southcott last time through, but Andy Southcott was 0.6 of a second quicker. They come back over the start-finish line now, first and second, and it's down from 3.8 seconds to 3.1 seconds. Another 3/4 of a second gained by Andy Southcott, and that's despite the fact that Niall Bradley, the race leader, set his best individual lap of the race so far.
Yeah, fighting a losing battle there, I think, is Niall Bradley. It all comes down to how many laps remaining, how much time remaining, and whether Andy Southcott has got enough in hand. I think he just about might, you know, by the time they get towards the end of this race. You've still got, of course, sat there in what is now 3rd place, the number 5 machine of David Harrison. So he's picked his way up into 3rd overall. He still remains 2nd in the Liquid Moly Slick Series by way of the Ram Air BMW Championship. It is still Graham Crowhurst in 2nd place, Michael Vituli in 3rd, but is he being caught by Adrian Bradley? We look around the order in a very busy section of circuit. Graham Hull-Ben, that is Jason West under pressure from Brian Branson, who's got Oliver Neves there, who's got James Card there. 4 cars all fighting over what is, I think that's going to be 9th place.
It is, yeah. So 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th places all together. At the front of the queue, the black and orange car of Jason West. At the tail end of the queue, there's the silver car in the hands of James Card. And just off that, of course, is Max Petch at the wheel of the Ginetta that is several laps adrift, but is lapping at a similar pace to the bunch of Beamers that lie ahead. Brilliant squabble.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jason West will be hoping he can run away, but Brian Branson is making it difficult. Brian Branson wants to work his way through and past Jason West, but Ollie Neves is the thorn in his side. James Card is absolutely there as well. The lead margin down to 2 seconds exactly. All of a sudden, Andy Southcott is gaining very, very quickly indeed. And here comes the change for the lead. Over the line goes Andy Southcott. 2 seconds gained in the space of 1 lap. Now Bradley drops down into 2nd, but still leading the Ram Air BMW Championship, so it's not going to worry him too much. But a very, very slow Giuseppe Calari up towards Druids.
Yeah, just spotted that. Yep, the silver car with its day-glow orange flashes, but Giuseppe doing the right thing, staying well and truly off the racing line round through Druids, and may well be destined for the pit lane at the end of this lap. So that's such a shame for him. Well, Andy Southcott tried to nip up the inside there of the number 7 car of Wayne Lewis, and he was so close to making contact. He almost had all 4 wheels on the curb to avoid making contact as he tried to lap Wayne Lewis, and that has now just dropped him back into the clutches again of the man he's just taken the lead away from, Niall Bradley.
Yeah, but all of a sudden that traffic that he had to deal with has all but evaporated up the road. It's clean sailing for him. The next car he will meet will be Peter Chalice in that Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car, which, knowing Andy Southcott, he will catch in a matter of moments. But by way of the previous laps compared, he's got plenty of time in hand. Niall Bradley, he's under big pressure from losing now 2nd place. David Harrison is there.
Yep, so he can let him go through because, of course, the focus for Niall Bradley will be the Ram Air BMW Championship. It doesn't matter if a Slick Series car gets past him. Well, one has already. That's Andy Southcott. The next one that's queuing up behind him is David Harrison, another car that runs in the Slick Series. So for Niall Bradley, it's still a win in the Ram Air BMW Championship, even if he loses a further place. Of course, he's a racing driver. He wants to finish as high up as he possibly can. And at the moment, it is just the BMW ahead of the Porsche, as the two of them will come up towards a conclusion of lap number 18, would you believe, with just over 5 minutes still remaining.
Yeah, so plenty of time for the order to change. Tom Walpole has worked his way through and past Adrian Bradley. Then Nathan Lucky has worked his way through and past Michael Michael Vituli on the lap prior. There we see the change in towards turn 1. David Harrison does indeed pick his way up the inside of Niall Bradley, but all of a sudden he finds himself going too deep into the corner, unable to get it slowed down, and Niall Bradley goes back through, and now we've got a very, very slow Andy Southcott. What's happened there? Up towards Druids, the race leader. It was looking so good indeed, and that car clearly isn't running as well as it has done throughout this weekend. So Niall Bradley effectively back into the lead of this race, and now we've got David Harrison in second. Such a shame for Andy Southcott. Undoubtedly that car into retirement.
Yeah, so he's trundling down the grass on the way down towards Graham Hill Bend. So all of a sudden, Niall Bradley was down to third a few moments ago, briefly, and is now back into the lead of the race, but will come under pressure again from the Porsche. He's got cars to deal with as well, which will be Dean Beckett's BMW that's just heading round through Paddock Hill Bend, and is that then Stuart Amphlett that's just ahead of that? So there's still traffic to deal with all of the time. Squeezes his way past Dean Beckett's car to run up towards Druids, and straight away David Harrison makes sure that he sneaks through the same little gap whilst it's open. He's got past the next car, which I think is Stuart Ampflett's car. But for David Harrison, he's still bottled up behind it at the moment. He's going to have to go all the way around the outside of it at Graham Hill Bend, which he does manage to do. So the squabble for the lead of the race, not quite fully formed again just as yet. 3.5 minutes to go. Niall Bradley leads the way and leads the Ram Air BMWs. In second place, David Harrison, who leads the Liqui Moly Slick Series.
And I think we had a bit of a moment there for Max Petch and Chris Petch, because that car all of a sudden started speeding back up again by the time we got to Surtees. So I think maybe a spin or a half spin maybe on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. But Niall Bradley, he's dealing with traffic as economically as possible, because any lost time now will massively drop him back into the clutches of David Harrison. He is racing for the outright race win. He doesn't need to, because he's still leading the Ram Air BMW Championship. But if it lands in your lap like that, an overall race win, as you say, he's a racing driver. He's going to go for it, isn't he?
Absolutely. You're going to take it, aren't you? There's still work to be done, though. Next car he's going to have to try and squeeze his way through and past is going to be Pete Chalice, who himself was a BMW champion many, many years ago in the BMW Car Club Championship. He is now placed a lap down by Niall Bradley, the race leader and pole sitter. We've still got the car of David Harrison in second place. Third place is the BMW Art car, for want of a better term, in the hands of Graham Crowhurst. And the two cars behind him, both Nathan Lucky and the number 13 car, which is going to be Tom Walpole, have both picked up some sort of penalty, haven't they, on track?
They have indeed. We will investigate as to what that is. Of course, we know that Nathan Lucky had a penalty, 10 seconds applied to him, 5 seconds for Tom Walpole, which for me, that screams track limits. Yes. And being caught up behind a bit more traffic is the black, yellow and green car of Nathan Lucky. He's desperately trying to carve his way through and past what I think will be Wayne Lewis's car, but he just can't find an opening, and yet more time lost, I think, now from Niall Bradley, because a very slow Giuseppe Calari once again on the run through clearways. That compromises race leader Niall Bradley. Everything flows back the way of David Harrison. They're getting closer and closer. We've got 1 minute and 43 remaining. We're going to squeeze out another 2 laps of this one. And Niall Bradley, he's either got to defend the outright race win or settle for second and continue on with the lead of the Ram Air BMW Championship.
And he's still got traffic to deal with as well, because the BMW of David Aspden is just up the road as well, the BMW Z3. I think every single weekend you're at a race meeting and the car that's light blue and orange, isn't it? Almost Gulf livery. I'm sure it's in the regulations somewhere. So they go through and past David Aspden's car now. So he is now dispatched a further lap down, nose to tail for the lead of the race. We've still got further down through the order some good squabbles going on. Up towards Druids, for instance, is the fight between Ronan Bradley and Dean Beckett. They've been together for a good period of time now, but about to start the final lap of the race is our race leader. Niall Bradley leading the way, but David Harrison is coming at him, gets his nose alongside, gets his nose ahead as they're heading towards the braking area. The BMW brakes that little bit later, has the inside line. David Harrison can't turn in. Niall Bradley hangs on to the lead of the race.
Yeah, straight 6 versus flat 6. Flat 6 quicker in a straight line. Later on the brakes is the straight 6 BMW of Niall Bradley. The brilliant battle we mentioned earlier on between Jason West, Brian Bransom, Ollie Neves and James Card is still raging on. Those 4 remain at nose to tail, but with 27 seconds remaining, Niall Bradley has only got a couple more corners to fend off the attentions of David Harrison. They pick their way through Surtees, then through McLaren, in towards Clearways and Clark Curve, on towards the start-finish straight once again. 10 seconds remaining. We might just about squeeze another lap out of this one. The checkered flag is there. Is it it going to be waved? No, I don't think this time with 5 seconds remaining. Yes, it will. So over the start-finish line goes Niall Bradley, and who gets it? It's a dead heat over the line, 55 thousandths of a second. Niall Bradley takes the win ahead of David Harrison. It should then be over the line now. Graham Crowhurst, he comes through to finish second in the Ram Air BMW Championship. Over the line to finish second and third. It's going to be close for the Liquid Money Slick Series, albeit a penalty yet to be applied for the car of Nathan Lucky. Nathan Lucky over the line, it says he has picked up fourth, and now it updates. So it will be Adrian Bradley that crosses the line to finish fourth overall and third in the Ram Air BMW Championship. Nathan Lucky over the line finishes second in the Liquid Money Slick Series, second in Class SA1. Michael Vituli over the line finishes in sixth place ahead of Tom Walpole, who rounds out your outright podium for the Liquid Money Slick Series but wins Class SB. It will then be Jason West, Brian Bransom, Ollie Neves and James Card that finish 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th respectively after a race-long battle. Will be the number 11 machine of Peter Chalice that comes over the line to finish in 12th place, second in Class SB. The number 7 machine of Wayne Lewis came over the line to finish in 13th place. Ronan Bradley recovered up to 14th place and 4th in Class BB. Then it was the number 33 machine of Shane Taylor and Dean Beckett, the black, white and works liveried machine. They finish in 15th place ahead of the Class BD winner, car number 37, that's Cavan Granger. Over the line in 16th, it will then be Will Aspden in the 201 blue and orange BMW Z3. He came over the line to finish in 7th place. Giuseppe Colari recovered up to what is 18th place. It was then the BMW Mini Cooper S F56 of John Wyatt that crossed the line in 19th place. And the final of your 20 finishers, great to see them returning to the circuit, was Chris and Max Petch. Unfortunately, we lost long-time race leader Andy Southcote, and unfortunately the number 85 machine, that of Stuart Amplet, didn't make it to the end either. Mark is working his way down towards the area towards the end of the pit lane, where hopefully we can grab a couple of our drivers. Looking down there, Mark, have you got anybody, or have they disappeared back to the paddock?
Well, I think all of the BMWs have been ushered in towards Parc Fermé, so once they're released from Parc Fermé, we'll try and catch them. In the meantime,
Yes.
though, we have got David Harrison, who is just about to unstrap himself and jump out of the, as ever, immaculately prepared Porsche. Seem to have seen a lot of David this year, which tends to suggest that not only has he been doing a lot of racing, but he's also been doing a lot of winning or finishing on podiums. So let's grab he didn't know where he'd finished, he's just asked the pit crew. So he clearly knew it was close, but wasn't quite sure exactly how close it was. So let's see. Oh, we got Michael Vituli stopping. Where did he finish, Jack? Out of interest.
What was that, sorry, pardon?
Michael Vituli, where did he finish?
Michael Vituli finished in 6th place.
Oh, right, okay, I don't know why he stopped with us. Let's grab a quick word with David Harrison if we can. David, I was saying, I seem to have seen a lot of you this year, which tells me two things. One, you're doing a lot of racing, but secondly, you're doing a lot of winning or finishing high up there because we get to interview you.
Or something. Yeah. No, it's been a good year, and the cars perform well, and yeah, everything's worked.
What a race between yourself and Niall Bradley. You know, you didn't know whether you'd won or not. The team had to tell you.
Exactly, because the last two, I kept looking for the flag, and I knew I could just get past him by the finish line. And then on the last one, I was like, oh, a little bit, is it? Oh, no, it's photo finish, and I thought, I don't think I've won.
You did take the lead at one point with a very good overtake move going into Paddock Hill Bend, but you didn't quite get the car anchored up and turned in time.
No, I think there were two. One, I tried to get down the inside, and then that didn't work because that was nearly in the gravel. And then going around the outside, and he pulled one on me and went straight through. So yeah, almost twice.
Good fun. Do you think you can do it later on this afternoon?
Oh, definitely.
And of course, you did it from the back of the grid, really.
Yeah, because we had to get through all the other guys, which was fun in himself. And it's, I don't know what happened at the start. It was either I missed the checkered Union flag at the start, which meant 3 guys went past me before we'd even started. Anyway, work it out.
You'll work it out. Well done, brilliant. Thanks for keeping us entertained.
Thanks, mate.
There we go. Michael Vituli's come to join us. He finished in 6th position. So you were 6th, Michael.
I came 6th, did I?
Yes, yeah. I wondered why you come to chat to me, but well done. We'll have a chat anyway.
Thank you very much. That's absolutely amazing.
It looked as though it's a busy old race.
It was busy, yeah. It was pretty intense, you know, Indy Circuit, so you never get a chance to breathe. But yeah, all good.
What can you do later on?
We need to look at the tyre pressures, so they were going off towards the end of the race. So yeah, we see what's happening with that, and I'm sure we'll be able to keep more consistency through the race.
You sort of put them on a lower temperature to start with, and it might take a while for the car to get where it needs to be, but you should at least have a tyre at the end.
Yeah, exactly. So I always go for kind of a quick out the blocks. and then try to control it from there. But I think we need to look at that and maybe tweak it slightly.
You've raced with the Classic Sports Car Club for a good number of years. Ram Air BMW Championship, of course, is a new one that joins us for this year. We've never run championships before. Good fun?
Oh, it's amazing. The CSCC, they run a fantastic series championships now this year. Really, really impressive. They're so professional at what they do, which is why I keep coming back for more, as many other people do as well. No, it's fantastic. The new championship for BMWs, great stuff.
Well done, well done. Good luck later on. So we haven't got our winner from the Ram Air BMW, Niall Bradley. He is still at the moment up in Parc Fermé. Lunch break is upon us, Jack, and we've got some more racing to look forward to immediately after lunch.
Yeah, we do indeed. So thank you, Mark, down there in the pit lane. The lunch break, as Mark says, is upon us. We go racing immediately after lunch break for the Modern Classics and the MG Trophy for 40 minutes. Back to qualifying for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge with the Steve Everett Memorial. Racing for the fourth and final time today, where we see the race we've just seen back out on circuit, the Ram Air BMW Championship and the Liqui Moly Slick Series for another 20-minute race, and then it is back-to-back 6 qualifying sessions from what is effectively 20 to 4 right the way through until around about 6:30 this evening. So we'll see the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, the MG Trophy again, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s, Goldars Magnificent 7s, Viren Builders Open Series, the Morgan Challenge, the JMC Racing Special Saloons, Classic K, the Mike Hawthorne Challenge, and the Berkshire Components Jaguar Championship. So there's plenty to look forward to. So join us in around about half an hour, 40 minutes time, as we go back racing here at Brands Hatch. So, welcome back, everybody. If you joined us this morning on the live stream, welcome along if you're joining us for the first time on the live stream, or indeed here at Brands Hatch. We saw quite a busy morning, really, for 4 qualifying sessions, 2 races. We've seen the Cohort Sports Intops and Puma Cup qualify, race, and effectively pack up and go home again. We've also seen qualifying and the first race for the Ram Air BMW Championship and Liquid Mono Slick Series, and we've also seen the Adamson Page Swinging 60s, which make their return tomorrow, albeit their Group 2 qualify later on this afternoon. But heading out on circuit now, we've already seen the qualifying session for these guys. One and only race this weekend for the Modern Classics, the MG Trophy return tomorrow. But it's another big grid, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So looking forward to this one. It will be a split grid, so the Modern Classics will go off first and MG Trophy will go off second. It's a 40-minute race, but only a 20-minute race for the MG Trophy, so there'll be some sort of signal on the start gantry after 20 minutes. That will, in reality, be the checkered flag for the MG Trophy, who will still continue on the slowdown lap, but at racing speed still, so they don't compromise anybody else. And then after 20 minutes, their race will be done, and the Modern Classics will go on their own. Let's guide you through the grid then for this one and the way that they line up. Pole position goes away of Tom Mensley in the BMW, and alongside is Roger Hamilton, and it's Adrian Clark and Paul Winter who are there on row number 2. Rodney Frost and Aidan Farrell on row 3, with Cy Frowen and Neil Blake sitting there on row 4, and then it's Tom Robinson and Keith Hemsworth that are there on 5. Michael Holt and Suzanne Williams on row 6, ahead of Glyn Davis and Chris Boone. Nick Hamilton and Nigel Hanman are next up, and on row 9 it's Michael Russell and Rob Hardy, ahead of Stephen Harrington and Colin Porter. Andrew Hayes and George Howard Chappell are the last of the cars in the Modern Classics on row 11. Then a few rows gap, number 141, James Dennison is on pole for the MGZR Trophy alongside Jack Woodcock. Tyler Ballard and James Cole on row 2. Row 3 is Matthew Harvey and James Blake. And row 4, the final row, is going to be Jack Meager and Andrew Rogerson, who line up there on the 4th and final row for the MG Trophy. The MG Trophy cars are all MG ZR 170s for this weekend, so 1.8 litre K-Series engines. For the Modern Classics, the separate classes there are all split based on engine capacity, albeit the BMWs all sit in class MM on their own, and Tuscans, if we had any, would sit in class M2. So a 20-minute race and a 40-minute race combined together. So for those in the Modern Classics, pit window opens between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race, and you have to be from pit in to pit out no shorter than 1 minute and 30 seconds. We don't have any previous winners of the Modern Classics with us, so it is as we see it for this one. The formation lap is already done and dusted. The lights are off on the safety car. Damien Hurst, our safety car driver, peels in towards the pit lane. So it's Tom Mensley's white BMW that sits there alongside the red Ginetta G20 of Roger Hamilton on the front row of the grid. The Modern Classics are about to get themselves underway. The MG Trophy will go a few seconds later. Away we go. Tom Mensley gets his foot down and powers the BMW up to the lead of the race and hangs on to it from pole position, with Roger Hamilton slotting into second and Adrian Clark in the big Porsche sitting there in third place, but instantly coming under attack from both Paul Winter and from Aidan Farrell's Porsche. For the MG Trophy cars, James Dennison in the black and the green car picks up the early lead of the race in the MG Trophy.
They do indeed. I'm looking forward to the MGs. 5 1,000ths of a second separated the win in race 1 at Anglesey. But for the moment, what a start from Tom Mensley. He does have that red Ginetta G20 of Roger Hamilton still giving chase. That mid-pack is so congested. Chris Boone absolutely flying his way through the order, but by way of the MGs, they're starting to close in, and there was a big lock-up in the background at a very squirrely moment for Keith Hemsworth in that Lotus Elise S1, and he's still trying to get that car pointing the right way. Now rejoins the circuit, and the MGs already encroaching on the tail end of the Modern Classics.
Yeah, they're already starting to work their way through. Adrian Clark blasts his way past Roger Hamilton's Ginetta in a straight line, and up towards Paddock Hill Bend they will go. As you say, we've got other cars that maybe had slower or poorer qualifying, still trying to pick their way through the order. Keith Hemsworth, after his grassy moment, is trying to go around the outside of Suzanne Williams, but isn't quite going to be able to peel his way through and ahead. And up to second through all of this has now come Aidan Farrell at the wheel of the glorious-looking, beautiful-sounding number 9 Porsche. He continues to see if he can close in on the race leader, Tom Mensley's, and his Beamer.
Yeah, so Tom Mensley's lead has extended yet further. Aidan Farrell, as you say, has made up second place, and picking his way back up into third after a moment in fourth place is Roger Williams, but he does have that Porsche just sat behind at the moment, continuing to, I think, harass those cars up the road. The MGs, how are we looking? It is still the black and green machine of James Dennison that is leading that class, and it's so congested. We're almost 3 wide on the run through Surtees, but by way of the tail end of the Modern Classics, we're starting to see some good battles form. Chris Boone now coming under big pressure from one of the yellow BMWs we've got out there.
Yeah, that's Michael Russell, who had problems in qualifying. His car retired and didn't do that many laps, so he's out of position. He's trying to carve his way through the order. A few more places gained. The hordes of MGZRs head over the start-finish line, picking their way past the likes of Honda S2000s and Jaguars in the process. So the MGZRs, they might be sort of the cars that started off the back of the grid, but they're almost all as one, aren't they, heading up towards Druids. Leading the pack is James Dennison, still the MGZRs, but there's cars queuing up behind him, the next of which I think is now it's either James Blake or Matthew Harvey. Is it car number 120 that's next up?
It looked like it, yeah. Matthew Harvey is well and truly there. He's carving his way through the order. So too is the number, who was that? Was that James Blake potentially trying to carve his way through all the way around the outside? Jack Meager, and Jack's been racing MGs for a long while now as he continues to carve his way through and past some of the Modern Classic entrants, but immediately recovering from that poor qualifying, Michael Russell on an absolute mission through the order.
Yeah, the other one that's on a mission through the order is Andrew Rogerson at the wheel of the yellow and black MGZR. Didn't really see much of Andrew Rogerson in qualifying. I don't think either of us really spotted his car. No. He did set a time, but Andrew Rogerson was one of those at the start of qualifying I said could well be looking to try and scoop up pole position. Well, he actually qualified last of the MGZR trophy cars, but is really working his way through the order. I think he's up to third now already in the MG trophy.
That wouldn't surprise me. He's on a mission. He's just managed to pick the pocket of another one of those MGs, and still trying to recover, I think, from that early moment is Keith Hemsworth. He's trying to carve his way through the order, but he does have cars around him that I think are slightly hampering that, and the car that we saw the change, Andrew Rogerson, did manage to pick his way through and past Matthew Harvey. He's now got a bit of breathing room before he catches that next car up the road. That looks like it will be James Cole in the number 88 car further up. Tyler Ballard as well, he's locking horns with James Blake, who's making it tricky for him to assert his attentions on those cars up the road. The rest of the Modern Classics go through. It was a good lap last time through from the 128 machine, that being Paul Winter picking up a place, and now Aidan Farrell all of a sudden he's dropped from second right the way down to fourth.
Yep, so he's lost time. The race leader of the MGZR trophy, James Dennison, tried to thread his way through and past Andrew Hayes at the wheel of his Supra. So that's another one of the Modern Classic cars that he has picked up, the Toyota Celica rather. Following him through is going to be James Cole. So James Cole is second of the MGZRs, and both of them are pretty close to each other. It's largely black with bits of green for James Dennison. It's largely green with bits of black for James Cole.
Yeah, so they are starting to work their way closer together. They will catch a couple of cars in a few moments' time. The first of those, I think, will be Rob Hardy in his blue and silver Porsche Boxster S if they continue to close in. There are yet further cars up the road as well. Chris Boone in that Jaguar thundering his way over the line, racing that car for a number of years now, is starting to heat up further down the order, isn't it? I think that's Andrew Hayes picking his way. Was that back through and past Andrew Rogerson?
Andrew Rogerson was having a nibble but didn't make it stick, so the MGZR's back behind the Toyota Celica again once more. And I don't think we're going to get a chance to chat to the MG trophy drivers because their checkered flag is after 20 minutes, and they'll go straight back to the outer paddock, so we won't get the chance to catch up with them. Adrian Clark at the wheel of the Porsche. In qualifying, I said I'm not sure his Porsche would be suited to Brands Hatch because the big 5.4 litre engine can't stretch its legs, but he defied me with that one. He is doing a really good job at the moment. He's in second place. He's got another Porsche behind him, which is Paul Winter at the wheel of his 911. And Roger Hamilton, who started on the front row of the grid, the little Ginetta G20, is being outpowered, isn't he, at the moment? A car which harks back to the one-make series we had, the Ginetta G20s, which used to support the British GT Championship. The battle for the lead of the MGZRs still going the same way. James Dennison still leads the pack.
He does indeed, and again trying to work his way through and past traffic as quickly as possible. Back over the line, however, now with their lights ablaze is James Dennison. Still with, however, James Cole reeling him in. I'm dangerously close to saying he is getting closer over the previous couple of laps. It seems to be rather equal between them. Over the line, we've also got Jack Meager fighting away with Jack Woodcock, and the pair of those two side by side on the run through Graham Hill Bend up the hill towards Druids. They will go, but for the moment Adrian Clark in second place. It's far from comfortable because he does still have the car of Paul Winter just sat behind, and then behind them is Roger Hamilton. So those three cars fighting over the final couple of spots inside the top three.
Yeah, then Aidan Farrell is next up, and Michael Russell at the wheel of the yellow BMW started 17th. He's up to 6th position at this stage, so he has had a good early run in this one. For Tom Mensley, our race leader, though, the number 18 BMW is already going to be amongst the traffic before too much longer.
He is indeed, and that could change the complexion of at least this stage in the race. The lead for the MGs is closing in, however. Over the start-finish line, they go side by side, so it's James Cole looking to the outside of James Dennison for the race lead. They remain as they are for now. Tom Mensley, whereabouts is he? He's just working his way through the final corner, having ticked off a couple of lapped cars already. The first car he will meet, I think, will be Jack Meager, who has indeed lost out to Jack Woodcock now.
Just having a look along the Cooper Straight, Michael Holt at the wheel of the big Jag Saloon goes through and ahead of former Jaguar Saloon racer Neil Blakes. Neil behind the wheel of the Porsche, and then just off that is going to be Tom Robinson at the wheel of the white and black Jaguar XJS. Cy Frowen, I think, at the wheel of his Ginetta is just behind those. So that's a good little fight that's going on. It might be sort of down towards something like 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th at the moment. The lead of the MG ZR still going the way of the largely black and green car of James Dennison, who again has now got more traffic up the road than he wants to work his way through. So he's got his lights on. He's got just up the road from him the number 39 Porsche Boxster in the hands of Rob Hardy, but he's still not quite closed in on that little pack of cars. He is being really hounded, isn't he, for the lead of the MG ZR Trophy from James Cole.
Yeah, he really is. James Cole is not giving him any room to breathe, but they are closing in on those cars up the road. The first of which remains the one we mentioned earlier, the Porsche Boxster S of Rob Hardy. And then past Rob Hardy, we start to work our way into quite a few Lotus Elises, one of those being Keith Hemsworth, who is still recovering from that early mistake at the start of the race. That really dropped him down the order and has left him on the back foot. He will see the MGs getting closer in his rearview mirror and will try and run away as quickly as possible. But of course, he is in theory in a different race. Glenn Davies is involved in that little battle as well. But for the moment, that number 88 of James Cole, he looks very racy. He wants that race lead, doesn't he?
He does, but they need to be careful, because if James Dennison and James Cole, the pair of Jameses, hold each other up, just beyond them is the yellow car of Andrew Rogerson that started off the back of the MG Trophy grid. So his is the black fronted car, but most of it is yellow across the roof and the door line and the boot. He's edging up onto the coattails of the lead pair of MGs. Lap time last time through, 56.8 from Rogerson, 57.2 stroke 57.3 from James Dennison and James Cole.
Yeah, so James Cole will see effectively that car getting closer of Andrew Rogerson, maybe more than we would see from James Dennison. So James Dennison just about holding on to this race lead. But then if those two start to battle and all of a sudden the yellow and black car of Andrew Rogerson gets involved, not too far off the tail of them is Tyler Ballard. So Tyler Ballard is floating around close enough as well. Did you just spot something, Mark?
No, I just spotted we had a change for second last time over the start-finish line. The Ginetta of Roger Hamilton back up to second, which means that Adrian Clark's big Porsche 928 drops to third and is already feeling the pinch from the next car behind, which is going to be the white and red and black Porsche in the hands of Paul Winter. So the MG ZRs head back over the start-finish line. 'Twas ever the case that we still got the pair of Jameses squabbling away for the lead of it. So out of Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids they go. And they still haven't fully caught that traffic, have they, as yet?
No, but of course that is an ever-looming threat as they will continue to get caught by those quicker cars behind. And for the moment, it's probably as close as we've seen the race lead in the MG Trophy, because James Dennison and James Cole remain nose to tail. Not quite gaining as much as I think we initially thought, Mark, is Andrew Rogerson, but he's just waiting in the wings at this point, because now they have caught that traffic slightly further up the road, and all of a sudden you expect the top two in the MG Trophy to fall into the clutches of the cars behind. We could end up with a massive interclass battle there.
So let's have a look. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend go the lead battle of the MG ZRs. Suzanne Williams at the wheel of her number 76 Lotus is involved in a good little squabble. She's got a Ginetta ahead of her. She's got another little Lotus behind her. But for the lead of the MG ZRs, that is now 11 laps completed already. They'll be heading up towards Druids. James Dennison still can't find his way past Rob Hardy's Porsche, but he really needs to now, because James Cole is still on his bumper, and now Andrew Rogerson at the wheel of the yellow car has pretty much fully caught the pair ahead, so it's 3 for the lead of the MG ZR Trophy.
Yeah, so Rob Hardy will want to try and let these cars by either as quickly as possible or remain in front and try and keep the pressure on not only Glyn Davies but also Keith Hemsworth in the 2 low tie up the road. We do, of course, have Glyn Davies sort of sat there now. He's been gaining and losing time to Keith Hemsworth. It's been ebbing and flowing throughout this race. We've got that Porsche into the pit lane as well. So into the pit lane comes Rob Hardy. He jumps his way out of that battle.
Pit window is open.
That'll be why, yeah, just missed the pit window opening. So into the pit lane he will come. No penalties to be served by anybody out there on the circuit. And arguably probably the best time to do that. Get out of the way before traffic starts hampering your race.
Keep an eye on Michael Russell at the wheel of his BMW, the E36 M3, having started from 17th on the grid, now up into 4th position. And he could well be up into 5th position, could well be up into 4th, because he is hot on the tail, isn't he, of the Paul Winter-driven number 128 Porsche. They'll just be heading up towards Druids. Our overall race leader, Tom Mensley, has now just about caught the front pack of the MG ZR. So MG ZR still from Dennison, from Cole, from Rogerson, head round through Surtees, McLaren, Clearways and Clark, but the white BMW of Tom Mensley has now fully caught them as he leads the race and is about to place a lap on them.
Yeah, and again, perfectly timed into the pit lane for Glyn Davies, because he gets his way out of that battle and it's not going to cost him any time. Over the line comes Tom Mensley to start lapping the front pair in the MG Trophy. A bigger look up the inside that time from James Cole. That he was just trying to show Tom Mensley, no, don't go for it here, but Tom Mensley in a straight line absolutely flies by. The top 3 in the MG Trophy fairly equidistantly spread, I would say. If anything, with Tom Mensley coming through, that's afforded a slightly bigger lead the way of James Dennison. James Cole has fallen even further into the clutches of Andrew Rogerson, and if they do battle, Tyler Ballard is a looming threat in the background.
Yeah, Tyler Ballard, who has done a good chunk of racing here at Brands Hatch, either whether it be in MGs historically. He did have a big accident, Tyler Ballard, at Paddock Hill Bend a few years ago, if memory serves me correctly. But also he's done a lot of Enduro KA racing as Tyler Ballard for the little Mark 1 Ford KAs that exist. Right, Andrew Rogerson might get the overlap here on James Cole whilst they try and pick their way through the traffic, and I think he's going to make it through and up to 2nd in the wheel of the MG ZRs. James Dennison leads the way, and now Tyler Ballard has fully caught as well. So it's James Cole from Andrew Rogerson, who can't complete the move on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and then Tyler Ballard joins in as well. So it's allowed the race leader of the MG Trophy to escape, but now we've still got a trio fighting, but that's now for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
And we also have Andrew Hayes in that white and sort of yellow, orange and red ex-factory colours Toyota Celica that's struggling to get out of the way, potentially with a bit of a problem as well, going rather slowly along the Cooper Straight. But for the moment, the MG ZRs, over the moon, will be James Dennison in the lead of the MG Trophy. But further down the order, as you say, James Cole, he's just about held on in front of Andrew Rogerson. But for how long? Because Tyler Ballard's there now as well. The pit lane has become quite a busy place, because down there at the moment is Keith Hemsworth handing over to Ashley Woodman. Returning to the circuit in a few moments' time will be Adrian Clark. We've also got the number 11 machine of Michael Holt in that Jaguar XJ240, the blue and yellow car. Over the line goes the MG ZR battle. And all of a sudden, it's completely dissipated again. You've got Andrew Rogerson fighting away with Tyler Ballard, but the 2 Jameses, they've disappeared up the road. Yeah, remember, for the MG Trophies, it's only a 20-minute race for them, so they've only got 5 more minutes to work out who wants to be where, whereas it's a 40-minute race for the Modern Classics. So in the pit lane, I could see part of the 2-car team. The number 6 of Rodney Frost will soon become the number 6 of Colin Philpott. That's not a change of driver. That is one driver doing the first part of the race in one car and another driver doing the second part of the race in another car. So Rodney Frost's is the black, red and white car. When it comes into the pit lane, it will be replaced by a white, red and black car of Colin Philpott. Yes, so there's plenty of dynamics in this race going on. You've got a race in a race, which is half the length of the main race, and you've got 2-car teams, you've got driver changes, pit windows. It's a very busy time here at Brands Hatch for the Classic Sports Car Club. And for the moment, we're starting to see James Cole maybe get reeled in again by Andrew Rogerson and the number 1 of Tyler Ballard. There's some good Jaguar battles going on out there as well. Rodney Frost, who is that now Rodney Frost? Or is
it still Rodney Frost?
So yeah. Rodney Frost, you'd imagine, will be coming in rather shortly, but Rodney Frost fighting away with another one of the Jaguars we've got out there. By the looks of that will be Tom Robinson.
It is, yeah. Tom Robinson starts that car. Jack Robinson will take over. They're actually fighting for the final place inside the top 6 as things currently stand. So for the lead of the MG Trophy, still keep an eye towards that, because of course they've only now got 3 and a bit minutes to go. It's still James Dennison that leads by 1.8 seconds from James Cole. Andrew Rogerson and Tyler Ballard complete 3rd and 4th in the MG Trophy currently.
Yeah, into the pit lane now comes Rodney Frost. Colin Philpott will be sat behind the wheel of his car, getting ready to go as soon as he gets the signal. Returning to the circuit is Ashley Woodman. So that car may fall off the pace initially, but then immediately come back in. And into the pit lane as well, we've got Andrew Rogerson.
Yeah, so Andrew Rogerson comes into the pit lane, and that is going to drop him out of what was 4th in the MG Trophy. We've also got heading down pit lane, number 1 to 8, Paul Winter. So he was up there running in 4th position, and now he will come to a halt. He will jump out of the car and hand it over to Tim Speed. But remember, from when you break the beam entering the pit lane to when you exit it, you cannot do it any quicker than 1 minute and 30 seconds. Race leader is indicating towards the right, which suggests that we might have Tom Mensley into the pit lane. And yeah, into the pit lane comes our race leader. Just ahead of him on pit lane is number 54, which is Neil Blakes, who almost grinds to a halt, doesn't it, at pit lane entry. And that slightly delayed Tom Mensley, didn't it, there, I would say?
If he'd broken the beam, it wouldn't really matter too much, because he can just spend slightly less time stationary. But if he hadn't, it will compromise his time. But going off the lead that he had, I don't think that will be too much of an issue. So over the line to, in theory, inherit the lead of the race is Roger Hamilton. You've spotted somebody that seems to have had a very short stop.
That's Andrew Rogerson. So that was an MG ZR. So Andrew Rogerson is back out. But of course, his was an unscheduled pit stop, because theirs is just a 20-minute sprint race, for which they've only got 2 minutes remaining of it now.
Yeah, so unfortunately that will have dropped Andrew Rogerson out of what could have been a podium place as well. So a shame for Andrew. By way of the MGs, we still have, I would imagine, was that somebody running rather wide?
That's Andrew Rogerson slowing down again, I think.
Yeah, clearly not all is well. He might be receiving the blue flags, but even still, you can almost carry on at racing speed. Just hold your line and allow the cars to work your way around. But no, I think he was just responding to those blue flags, seeing how quickly the cars behind were closing in as we look towards the final corner. In 1 minute and 40 seconds, we will get to the MG Trophy race brought to a close. So over the line in the lead of the MG Trophy goes James Dennison. Then we have just sat behind the green and black car of James Cole. So, by way of how far up the order they have got, they're 8th and 9th respectively. Of course, they haven't pitted, but for the most part, that's a long way to have climbed their way up through the order.
It is, yeah. There's a long, long way. Our race leader, as was before he pitted, Tom Mensley, trundles his way back down the pit lane. For the MG ZRs, they still have now just a minute to go, so they'll be heading on to their penultimate lap of the race, the MG ZRs, this next time through. And remember, it's car number 141 that still leads the MG Trophy from number 88, which is James Cole. And 3rd in the MG Trophy is going to be the light metallic blue car in the hands of Tyler Ballard. Andrew Rogerson was on for good things, wasn't he, at the wheel of his yellow machine, until whatever brought him into the pits has cost him time. But of course, we do see the MG Trophy cars back out tomorrow.
We do indeed, and effectively he's come out exactly where he went into the pit lane. Yeah, so I will look down onto the pit wall to figure out exactly how they're going to display to the MG Trophy drivers. Yes, it does say race part 1 end. There is a separate board where they will display to the drivers.
Right, yeah, I think so. I think they weren't going to use a checkered flag for fear of the fact that some of the modern classics cars might see the checkered flag and then stop. So by holding out a board that says, yeah, part 1 race stopped, and it has a checkered outline around the edge of it, then that is an easier way for the MG's Trophy drivers to pick up the fact that they are about to see the checkered flag. So we are just going to hang on and concentrate on the MG Trophy for the moment, because heading up towards the final corner for the MG Trophy, remember the race will still continue for another 20 minutes for the modern classics, but number 141, James Dennison, is about to scoop up the win in the MG Trophy. He comes out of Clark Curve up towards the board. End of part 1 of the race is shown. Congratulations to James Dennison. He wins the MG Trophy section of the race from James Cole in 2nd place, and 3rd is Tyler Ballard. But I've got to say, brilliant race from Andrew Rogerson. It didn't quite come off for him, but yeah, great race from him.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Andrew Rogerson, and yeah, very well done to him. And I have to say, I fear for the flag marshal down there on a very windy day, holding a thin piece of plastic, trying to display it appropriately and keep hold of it. It must be a bit of a challenge.
It is, and also hats off to the MG Trophy drivers. I mean, we need to get them in the pit lane yet, but they've got to continue on their slowdown lap as quickly as possible so that they don't interrupt the race that will still continue for another 20 minutes, which is the Modern Classic. So they can't slow down and wave to the marshals like they would usually do. They've got to crack on.
No, absolutely they do. So on TSL timing, they will display a checkered flag. They were their way right the way up to 4th. Race leader James Dennison, or race winner of the MG Trophy James Dennison. They've all received the message, so very well coordinated by the CSCC, the drivers and the marshals.
Yeah, it was a separate
well.
briefing given, wasn't there, as to exactly how this needed to work. I've seen it happen before with other series where, we've had a 2-hour race for one set of cars, but only a 40-minute race for the other set, and they've worked it out. Once the drivers know what they should do, they do work it out. So into the pit lane now comes number 9, which is Aidan Farrell. His Porsche had picked up the lead of the race, only because it hadn't pitted as yet. We've still got a few other cars that haven't pitted, so now picking up the lead of the race will be number 76, Suzanne Williams, on her return to racing. The little Lotus Elise Series 1, the light blue car, should pick up the lead of the race, but she'll be due for the pit lane shortly to hand over to Richard Smith, who she shares with.
It sort of proves your point earlier, more than correct. Suzanne Williams and Richard Smith, bright blue with an orange stripe, very Gulf-esque, really.
Yes, it's very Gulf-esque. Yeah, probably a bit too much orange and not enough light blue, but through over the start-finish line goes the car that now picks up the lead of the race but hasn't pitted as yet. The other car we need to try and keep an eye on is also Michael Russell, because he is side by side with Tim Speed and goes round the outside of the Porsche, and that will be for position. That puts Michael Russell up into 6th place at the moment. But of course, other cars still to pit, and other cars still just finishing off their pit stops.
Yeah, so over the line now goes Tom Mensley, of course, long-time race leader. Immediately jumps up to 2nd place. Now everything has been corrected and lapping the best part of 1.8 seconds quicker than our current race leader, that being Suzanne Williams. Of course, she is still yet to pit to hand over to Richard Smith in that Lotus Elise S1. Rolling down the pit lane as well is now going to be Mark Dean. He's taken over from Nigel Hannam. And we're keeping a rather close eye on that blue Ginetta G20 of Nick Hamilton. And the Hamiltons, both Nick and Roger, have been racing their respective Ginetta G20s, or sharing a Ginetta G20 for quite some time. And it's great to see them still out there. And more importantly, another Ginetta G20 out there with them this weekend as well, Simon Frone.
The number 9 Porsche now in the hands of former Army Major David Whelan leaves the pit lane. Seems to have been in the pits for a long period of time, that Porsche. It breaks the beam at pit lane exit. 1 minute and 43 seconds, so 13 seconds longer than the minimum period that it needed to be in there. So it was a slightly slower stop for Aidan Farrell, giving way to David Whelan. But it's always good to see that car out on circuit. And we've got a car stricken on circuit. It's one of the big Jags that has come to a halt.
That's Andrew Maynard, no? In the Jaguar XJ40.
Yeah, he's on the run up towards Druids, and he's stricken at the side of the circuit. If they can't get that shifted, surely that's going to be a safety car.
Yeah, you'd imagine so, wouldn't you, with the location of where it is. He's struck back into life, and hopefully either he will roll it down towards Graham Hill Bend and into effectively the safety car area on the right-hand side of the Cooper Straight, or he will find a barrier somewhere. No, he's got back going again in towards Graham Hill Bend, and it looks like he's running as per. But Tom Mensley, he's inherited the lead of the race, and having done that, and on corrected pit stops and everybody's jumped around, he's done the fastest lap of the race, a 53.393.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Tom Mensley. So we've seen him drive some very quick Renault Clios in Classic Sports Car Club racing in tin tops in the past. He qualified on pole position, the best part of a 1/10 of a second quicker than Roger Hamilton's little Ginetta G20. But come race pace, he really has been very much in a class of his own. As for the Jaguar that sort of ground to a halt, it's going again, and everything seems to be fine.
Yeah,
for the moment.
It's like it ran out of electric almost. It just turned off. He needed to sort of
control delete.
Yeah, take the key out, put it back in, and away you go again. This time up the hill, does manage to work its way up there under its own steam. But Tom Mensley in the lead of this race, doing absolutely everything he needs to do. Jack Meager has been applied a 5-second race time penalty, but of course his race is effectively finished.
Yeah, that's the MG Trophy car. Yeah, Rob Hardy has also picked up at the wheel of the number 39 Porsche a 5-second penalty, and he is involved in a brilliant battle at the moment. He has got right behind him Ashley Woodman at the wheel of the little Lotus Elise. And then just off that is going to be it's going to be Richard Smith at the wheel of the orange Lotus. And they're all being lapped by the car that's second at the moment, which is Adrian Clark. So let me run you down through the order. Number 18, Tom Mensley, the BMW leads the way. 928, the Porsche 928 of Adrian Clark is second. Third is number 27, Roger Hamilton in the little red Ginetta. And fourth is the yellow BMW of Michael Russell. Fifth It's the Porsche that's now in the hands of Tim Speed. That is the number 128 car, and completing the top 6 is number 11, Michael Holt, going really well at the wheel of the Covcats car, which is the blue and yellow Jaguar Saloon, which is, I'm guessing, either the ex-Chris Boone car, who is also in the field, or the ex-Gail Hill car, because she raced for Covcats as well.
Yeah, so there's, I have to say as well, the Jaguars over previous years have just been sort of coming on leaps and bounds, and the grid seems to be improving.
Well, we'll see the main Jags out tomorrow,
yes,
won't we?
We will, of course, as well as the Mike Hawthorne Jaguar Challenge, so we get all the slightly older machinery out as well.
Yeah, and we get the Berkshire Jaguar components, newer ones out.
Yes, yeah. So it's a Jaguar day tomorrow, among many other things, with swinging 60s, 2 groups as ever, just due to the capacity of the grid. Chris Boone, speaking of Jaguars, coming towards the line, albeit being hunted down and immediately passed by Adrian Clark. That Porsche does not hang around in a straight line. Over the line, he will go with a 55.607. In theory, he is being hunted down by Roger Hamilton lap time-wise. Over the line goes Roger Hamilton. As he goes through, does he go quicker? No, slightly slower that time. Go on.
Yeah, Michael Russell got past him though, so the yellow BMW went through and passed and took 3rd place away from Roger Hamilton, so the yellow Beamer from 17th on the grid is now up into the podium spots.
That's not hanging around. We do have a slippery surface flag being displayed into turn 1, which is arguably the worst place to have one displayed. It's either slippery surface or some debris that we've not spotted.
Yeah, change of surface flag, isn't it? Yeah, so it might mean there's a marker board been knocked out. A pit lane buzzer goes off, which tells us that somebody is heading towards the pits, even though the pit window has closed.
Ian Turnbull, unfortunately.
That's a shame for him. Right, Adrian Clark has only now, finally, wrestled the Porsche through and past Chris Boone. Chris Boone is being lapped by that car, but he needs to keep cracking on, Chris Boone, because he's involved in a fight. The Jaguar under attack from Rob Hardy. Rob Hardy under attack from diving up the inside Ashley Woodman. The Lotus goes through. So the Jag, the Lotus and the Porsche all fighting for position. But remember, the Porsche at the back does have a 5-second penalty for transgressing the track limits.
Yeah, they do indeed. But we're starting to see again some brilliant battles as the race continues to wear on. 12 minutes exactly remaining. Chris Boone, he wants to run away and hopefully follow the wheel tracks of Adrian Clark. But all of a sudden, Ashley Woodman is starting to close in. I think Rob Hardy has understood that the penalty applied is massively going to hamper his race. But for the moment, Ashley Woodman in that little Lotus Elise is really starting to apply that pressure onto the supercharged Jaguar XK8.
Over the start finish line comes the squabble for 8th and 9th as well. Nick Hamilton under pressure. Neil Blake's at the wheel of the Porsche, has the inside line. Can he squeeze the Boxster through? Yes, he can. Nothing the Ginetta G20 driver can do about it. So that's a good, nice, clean move there from Neil Blake. To say he first appeared really racing Jaguar Saloons, did Neil, for a few years, and then swapped to this Porsche a season or so ago. So that is now him up into 8th position. The next car he'd need to try and attack is another Ginetta, which is Cy Frowen's car, but that's about 7.5 seconds up the road from the blue one he's just overtaken.
Back over the line goes Tim Speed with a 55.9. That's quicker than a couple of cars up the road, so we may start to see that happen. But also, you mentioned him earlier on, we've been mentioning him all race. Michael Russell, he's almost matched Tom Mensley's recent lap time. I've got a feeling Michael Russell's going for that second step of the podium. 6.4 seconds to gain between now and the end of the race. A rather lonely race in towards turn 1 goes Simon Frowen in that blue and white Ginetta G20. So he climbs the hill towards Druids, the car behind him. Whereabouts is Simon Frowen? He's sat there in 7th place. Of course, he's potentially missed out on what was a brilliant battle of what was in the background, that between Nick Hamilton and the number 54 of Neil Blake's. And since we've seen that change, I think that that margin's come out quite substantially. Actually, where has Neil Blake's gone?
He's on the Cooper Straight, so he's just come out of Graham Hill Bend now. So yeah, he's still trying to close that gap, isn't he? Did he have a poorer lap, Neil Blake's, that time through? Yes, he did. Yeah, it's about 1.3 seconds shy of what he ought to be doing. So that has allowed Cy Frowen to increased the lead at the wheel of his Ginetta G20. I always thought the Ginetta G20 was such a pretty looking race car as well. 1.8 litre Z-Tech engine. Say there used to be full grids of them when it used to sport the British touring car, sorry, the British GT Championship some years ago, but I don't know where they've all gone.
No, but it's nice to see that they are dotted around UK Club Motorsport, pushing on, and maybe a little bit too much. Adrian Clark.
Yeah, Adrian Clark, 2 wheels on the grass coming out of Clark Curve is suboptimal, I would say, particularly at the wheel of a big, thundering, great big Porsche 928. But he needs to keep cracking on because that time through, yes, it was an untidy end to the lap for the second place Porsche of Adrian Clark. It was a 56.1 from him. Mark Russell in the yellow BMW is only 3.4 seconds behind, but he did a 53.8 last time through, so another couple of laps, that yellow Beamer could get there.
We were looking at the side profile of Michael Russell's car on the run through turn 1. And the only reason you could tell it was sideways is his front wheel was sat there glinting in the sun as he was applying all the corrective movements through the steering wheel just to keep the car pointing in a straight line. So he's pushing on. The body language very much shows it. He's got a couple of cars still to work past. One of those being David Whelan, who we saw Adrian Clark pass on the run in towards turn 1. Now Michael Russell gets the car straight and can fly not only past David Whelan, but also through and past Nick Hamilton in towards turn 1. There's now only one car separating them, and the gap continues to come down.
It does, but it only comes down by 18 1/1000ths of a second that time through between the second place Porsche and the third place BMW. Now for Adrian Clark, he's got traffic to deal with, and that is the enthusiastically driven number 40 Jaguar XJS of Jack Robinson. Again, he pitches the car in towards the corner and slides it through the white and black Jaguar. Have a look at Jack Robinson, though, as he exits Clark Curve, because last time through, you're talking about the BMW and its wheels glinting as he applied steering adjustment to it. Last time through this section of the circuit where he's going, that Jaguar is exactly the same. The exit of the corner, you can see it moving around under acceleration.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that by the time they arrive down at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. So Adrian Clark comes towards the line. It's 3.4 seconds. It is definitely not 3.4 this time. Breaks the beam, does Michael Russell. 3.4 turns it to 2.1. So the gap comes down ever more. And for the moment, Michael Russell, he's doing everything he needs to do. Adrian Clark, he's got 7.5 minutes between him and the checkered flag. It's a losing battle for him.
It is, and Michael Russell has just dived up the inside of the back marker, which is Jack Robinson's Jaguar XJS, so there's no traffic now between the yellow BMW and the red Porsche, so they both descend upon Graham Hill Bend at the same time, out of the left-hander along the Cooper Straight. They're on lap 34 at the moment, just over those 7 minutes remaining. Tom Mensley still continues to lead and leads by pretty much a country mile at this stage, but the squabble for second and third, it's not formed yet, but it is certainly getting there at the moment. Roger Hamilton in the red Ginetta, number 27, is fourth. Fifth is number 128, which is Tim Speed now. Completing the top 6 is Michael Holt at the wheel of his Jag. So through goes Adrian Clark, through goes Michael Russell, and the gap is down again by another 0.4 of a second. It's down to 1.7.
Yeah, 2.1 to 1.7. The gap is only going one way. Chris Boone carving his way through the traffic over the start-finish line up towards Druids. Adrian Clark will see Michael Russell getting closer. Have you spotted something through turn 1?
No.
I thought Chris Boone might have got slightly sideways on the run through there. A big old Jack trying to pilot his way down the descent before the rapid ascent up towards Druids once again. But Michael Russell, he's closing in on Adrian Clark. They're now separated by Neil Blakes in the black, yellow and red Porsche Boxster S, sort of Momo Italy liveried car, that one. But towards the line once again comes Adrian Clark. And I have to say, I don't think Michael Russell is gaining to the same amount we've seen him over the previous laps.
No, I think it's come down a little bit more, but not by much. It's come down by another 0.4 actually, so let's say 0.3, so down to 1.3 seconds as Michael Russell had to deal with Neil Blakes that time through. Neil Blakes, by the way, at the wheel of that Porsche, has picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits on the previous lap. So second and third together, heading round through Druids and starting to descend back downhill. Our race leader, Tom Mensley, is not that far off, lapping them as well, because Tom is now already out of Paddock Hill Bend and heading up towards Druids. So he is the best part of, what, 80% of a lap ahead of them.
And with 5 minutes remaining, never say never. I think Tom Mensley might just about get there. But for Michael Russell, he's wanting to get on to the next step on the podium. Unfortunately, in the pit lane, we've got Nick Hamilton. So that car was running well. I wasn't expecting it to be sort of as mid-pack as it was, but Nick Hamilton, yeah, clearly some sort of issue with that car. A quick check of the pressures and maybe worried about a slow puncher or what have you. Adrian Clark, however, under still a bit more pressure now from Michael Russell because the gap has come down from 1.3 to 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, he's just lapping consistently. He's about 3/4 of a second quicker than the Porsche, so he's just about there now. He's still too far away to try a lunge. He needs to close up by at least another 4 or 5 BMW lengths to get right onto the coattails of the Porsche. The difficulty for Michael Russell is that in a straight line, Adrian Clark's car is indecently quick. The best opportunity for Mark Russell will be get as close as he can coming out of the final corner at Clark, lose a bit of ground down the start-finish line, close in on the brakes at Paddock Hill Bend, and maybe try and get a switch back on the exit of it. So here they come, up towards the start-finish line. They're on lap 36 at the moment, lap 37 about to be chalked into the book. 4 minutes remain. Adrian Clark still at the moment hanging on to second. Michael Russell, though, absolutely with him.
He is indeed on the run through Paddock Hill Bend and then back up towards Druids. Adrian Clark's Porsche drags its way up the hill and is continuing to pull away just a little bit, but maybe slightly too late on the brakes for Michael Russell, or he was looking for that late apex, struggling to put the power down, the car switching away under throttle on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend, and Adrian Clark, all of a sudden, he's got the hurry up, hasn't he?
Yeah, he knows he's got to push hard because Adrian Clark, last time through in second place, under attack for that position, set his best individual lap of the race so far. So through Surtees and McLaren, that's the area that the Porsche doesn't really have the advantage over the BMW. Needs to make sure he gets a good exit coming out of Clark Curve. He's got his foot down now and is starting to build the speed once more with 3 minutes still remaining on the clock. It's still Adrian Clark in the Porsche, sitting there in second place. Michael Russell still there in third place, and either way, this is a great drive for Michael Russell, because remember, he started 17th on the grid, having missed a good chunk of qualifying, having retired the car with some sort of mechanical issue.
Yeah, I'm rather jealous because I've got a feeling you'll have a good chat with Michael Russell come the end.
I thought you were doing this one, are you?
Yes, of course, I'll do this one. So Michael Russell is now slightly later on the brakes, closes in, but Adrian Clark gets the car straight on the run on towards the Cooper Straight. The Porsche slightly quicker in a straight line. All of a sudden, traffic is starting to become an issue that we may just about catch. Yes, with 2.5 minutes remaining, there's traffic up the road, and that might completely change the complexion of the race. Will Michael Russell's BMW be slightly more agile as they pick their way through those cars up the road? Adrian Clark slightly slower on the exit of Clark Curve, but immediately in a straight line, it picks back up again, but Michael Russell definitely closer. Half a second turns into 0.4, so another 10th gained. Now they're with the traffic. The car that they have met is the orange and blue machine of Richard Smith.
It is, yeah, and now they're going to be able to get past the little Lotus Elise Series 1 at Druids. Yeah, Richard Smith stays off the racing line. Adrian Clark weaves his way through. Michael Russell will have to wait until the exit of the corner. He now deals with Richard Smith's Lotus, but as soon as they deal with that one car, they've then got another car to deal with, and that was the somewhat troubled Jaguar a few laps ago. That is the next car that they need to deal with. Then they've got the Honda S2000 as well, that's just ahead of that. So Adrian Clark tries to nip past the Jag at Surtees, but can't do it. That drops him fully into the clutches of Michael Russell, who tried to prise the door open going through Clearways Corner. He's still trying to prise the door open heading round through Clark Curve. He can't quite get the overlap on the Porsche. They finally get past the Jaguar as they come over the start-finish line. So the order still remains the same. There's more traffic to deal with on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend, which Adrian Clark can get past the Honda S2000, but Michael Russell will have to wait until the exit of the corner.
Yeah, so Ian Turnbull in that Honda S2000 will see Michael Russell immediately fly by in a straight line. That might have just given Adrian Clark what he needs to survive these final 60 seconds of the race. We've already seen over the line Tom Mensley, so we will get another lap after the completion of this one. Picking their way through Graham Hill Bend now is Adrian Clark. Tom Mensley still leading the way. But for the moment, Michael Russell, he's had everything he needs to catch, but just not quite enough to overtake.
No, and Tom Mensley is looking very good for a win here, isn't he? Because he is about to start his final lap of the race, I think, this time through. He's just coming through Clark Curve and has almost caught, hasn't he, the pair that are squabbling ahead of Adrian Clark and Michael Russell, who will be heading on to potentially their penultimate lap of the race. So they go over the start-finish line now, and up to start the last lap of the race with about 15 seconds remaining come Tom Mensley, who looked very good in qualifying and has not put a wheel wrong in the race.
No, so Tom Mensley goes on to his final lap of the race. Adrian Clark and Michael Russell still with one further, but they have massively spread out. The gaps are up to the best part of 9/10 of a second, the widest we've seen it so far this race. So clearly just through the traffic, Adrian Clark has been that bit more decisive, and Michael Russell may have caught it at just the wrong time. Tom Mensley is now being bottled behind a bit of traffic, but that will be of no concern to him as he is on his final lap. But Adrian Clark, I think he's done enough here, barring any sort of mistakes, and as long as he can keep it on the island for this final lap. But Tom Mensley, what a drive from pole position.
Yep, so the number 18 BMW, the white car with the black roof, Tom Mensley looking on course to claim the win in the Modern Classics. He accelerates his way out of clearways. Over the start-finish line goes Adrian Clark and Michael Russell to start their final lap, but Tom Mensley claims the win in the Modern Classics section of the race. Congratulations to him. Of course, we saw a win in the MG Trophy section of the race for James Dennison earlier on, but their checkered flag all fell, what, 20 minutes earlier, didn't it, for them? We've had already Roger Hamilton through in 4th place to take the checkered flag, so he is a lap adrift, the first of the cars that is a lap adrift. Through now to take the checkered flag comes Tim Speed's Porsche. But as for that squabble for 2nd and 3rd, Adrian Clark does look as though he's done enough. He has been able to palm away the aspirations of Michael Russell, who has done a brilliant job driving from 17th on the grid up to 3rd position. But he couldn't quite. He got to the bumper of Adrian Clark, but never absolutely gave himself the opportunity to squeeze by. They got close through the traffic, but almost every time that he tried it, the extra grunt of the Porsche 928 told, and therefore it is Adrian Clark that claims 2nd from Michael Russell, who comes through to finish in 3rd position in the end. So Jack is going to make his way downstairs to chat to our drivers. We've had all of the cars through to take the checkered flag. We should very shortly be able to rattle through some results for you in the Modern Classics, and we'll also pick out the winners of the MG Trophy, who of course, you know, overall finished way down through the order because our timekeepers keep timing the whole race. So it shows us our winner of the MG Trophy, James Dennison, down in 21st position and 22 laps off the lead, but that's because they only did the first 20 minutes. They didn't stay out there for all 40. So the cars making their way back around, and let's guide you through then the results for that one. Tom Mensley claims the win from Adrian Clark in 2nd place, and Michael Russell, what a drive from 17th to 3rd. Roger Hamilton finished in 4th ahead of the car of Paul Winter and Tim Speed. It was next up. Cy Frowen was in 6th place ahead of Michael Holt, and then it was Keith Hemsworth and Ashley Woodman that were next ahead of Aidan Farrell and David Williams. Neil Blakes was in 10th ahead of the Robinsons, Tom and Jack, who finished next up in what was 11th position. Chris Boone was next up. He finishes in 12th ahead of Rob Hardy, Glyn Davis, and then the 2-car team of Frost and Philpott were next up in 15th place. 16th went the way in the end of a car that did briefly lead the race during the pit window, which was Susan Williams and Richard Smith ahead of Hannum and Dean that were next up. Porter and Maynard, Harrington and Turnbull. And then of course our MG Trophy section of it, number 141 James Dennison won, from 88 James Cole, and number 1 Tyler Ballard. So Jack has made his way down in towards the pit lane to catch up with some of the drivers from Modern Classics.
Yeah, I've got Tom Mensley here. Tom, you made it look easy. You almost lapped the entire field. What was it that just made that race work for you? Was it building that gap nice and early and picking your way through the traffic?
Yeah, just getting a bit of confidence in the car, I think is the main thing. Not been out all season, so to have a win on the first outing is brilliant.
And does this mean we're going to see a bit more of you?
Yeah, the last 2 rounds I'm out for. And massive thanks to Speed for getting the car ready. Top lads, done a top job.
Great stuff. And any further development to be made to the car? Or, well, I mean, first time out is one. You can't really complain, can you?
I'd like to, but the bank balance says no.
Great stuff, Tom. Thank you. Congratulations, Tom. We do also have Adrian Clark down here. I think he just needs to chock the car because it's not wanting to hold itself on the brake. And of course, you don't want to put the handbrake on because you can very easily warp a disc, especially when they're warm. So we're going to have to wait for Michael Russell to jump out. We're also going to have to wait for Adrian Clark to take off his crash helmet. We'll grab a word with him as soon as he's ready. We do have Michael Russell as well jumping out, but as you can imagine, Mark, it is rather hot and sweaty after a 40-minute race and racing hard all the way until the end. But Adrian Clark, congratulations, 2nd place, but it was under threat towards the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was that chap behind me in the yellow BMW. He was giving me some grief, but I had the power down the straights to keep him at bay.
And would you say that was the difference, just that managing the rest of the lap to put you in the best position when you got onto a straight?
I was just going flat out the whole time, to be honest with you. Especially when I got a yellow beast behind me, but you know, had the power to keep going, so very happy.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Adrian. We will also grab a word with Michael Russell. We will try and keep him at this side of the door. There we go. Michael, I mean, starting in 17th place, very nearly 2nd. The 3rd still must taste pretty sweet.
Yeah, just happy to finish, really. We've done a lot of work on the car, had a lot of problems, so with West Tuning and the family, yeah, really got it together. So really, really pleased that we've got a good result today. I'm really happy. Really great racing as well. It's a really good day.
And this morning didn't quite go to plan, but I mean, this is the perfect way to come back from that, isn't it?
Well, there's only one way to fix problems, and that's to have problems in the first place. So fortunately, we've had some problems and fixed them. So onwards and upwards, as they say.
And hopefully no more problems, and we'll see you out for the rest of the year.
Well, very hope to. Yeah, I think the next few events are really good circuits. So I'm really looking forward to getting the entry in and doing well in those as well. So really proud of everyone that's helped out. So yeah, no, it's been cracking.
Great stuff. Congratulations. Thank you, Michael. But for those that are watching along on the stream, thank you very much for joining us for that race. We will go back racing in around about 20 minutes time. If you're here at the circuit, we do now have the next qualifying session underway.
So welcome back to Brands Hatch again. For those that have just rejoined us on the live stream, we've got our final race of the day coming up for you on the live stream. Before then, those of you at the circuit, we can concentrate on qualifying for the rest of the day, which will set all of our grids for the Brands Britannia Festival tomorrow, celebrating the best of British motoring here at Brands Hatch. So the cars for our final race of the day are largely making their way into the assembly area as things stand. We saw a race earlier on today from the Ram Air BMW Championship and Liqui Moly Slicks Series. This is their second race of the day and their final race of the day. We'll see again that split grid, won't we, where all of the Ram Air BMWs will start at the front of the grid and all of the Slick Series cars will start at the back of the grid, and they'll be faced with the same task, Jack Werrell, as they were in race number 1, having to work their way through the order. And we almost had a Slick Series car win. David Harrison missed out by 55 thousandths of a second on claiming the overall win, which went the way of a BMW of Niall Bradley.
Yeah, it will get busy, won't it? And for David Harrison, at least, in this aspect of the race, he gets another go at that start. That's what let him down last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, he was confused as to what happened. He wasn't sure if he missed the start or others jumped it. We know that Nathan Lucky, his teammate, was given a 10-second penalty for being out of position at the start, and David Harrison generally didn't know. He couldn't quite tell from his driving position where the nose of his car was relative to Niall Bradley, and it was only when he came down the pit lane and the team told him, no, you didn't win, you missed out by a whisker. So he'll want to correct that one. But the BMWs, brilliant race from them. So didn't matter where we looked, there were battles all the way through in the Ram Air BMW Championship.
Yeah, I think the one to note was between Jason West, Brian Bransom, who else was involved, Ollie Neves and James Card.
Yeah. 4
cars separated by a second and a half, not even that.
Yeah, so looking forward to this one. And of course, what we do has, if some drivers did one race, other drivers will be doing this race as well. So the likes of the number 2 Ginetta was Max Petch for race 1. It'll be Chris Petch for race 2. And in the number 33 BMW, we had earlier on today, it was Beckett that was driving, wasn't it? It's Shane Taylor that's going to take over for this one.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was Dean Beckett that started that one. But we've got a grid on the way for this one, don't we, Mark?
We do, yep. So let's guide you through the grid then and the way that they'll line up for this Ram Air BMW Championship and Liqui Moly Slicks race, which will be heading out onto the circuit very, very shortly indeed. And once we get the graphic up, we'll be able to guide you through the grid. The car's about to be released from the assembly area, and they'll head onto what will be a couple of formation laps. They had 2 earlier on to try and make sure they built enough temperature into the slick tyres, and you can't really do that on a short lap of just 1 lap of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. 1.2 miles doesn't give you enough time to build the temperature, so a couple of laps will be given to them because that helps build the tyre temps. We see that on things like the BTCC, don't we, when they come to Brands Hatch and Porsche Carrera Cup. They don't just get 1 lap, they get 2.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because especially in something that is running on slick tyres, if they're not up to temperature, it almost becomes dangerous to drive that car because you simply have no purchase on the tarmac. But out on to circuit, leading them out is Niall Bradley, and Niall knows what he's doing. I was quite surprised by Jason West, just couldn't quite get the bit between his teeth this morning in their first race, or in fact I think it was the afternoon it fell to. Yes, it was. But yeah, he just couldn't quite get to where he normally is.
So let's guide you through the grid, and I don't think we'll get a graphic that will come up. So it's number 47, Niall Bradley, that will sit there on pole position. Alongside him is number 15, Graham Crowhurst. Row 2 of the grid, is 612, Adrian Bradley, and 89, Michael Vituli. Row 3, 76, Jason West, and 26, Brian Branson. And row 4, 44, Ollie Neves, and 32, James Card. Row 5, number 7, Wayne Lewis, and 78, Ronan Bradley, the final member of the Bradley family. Row 6 of the grid, 33, Shane Taylor, I think for this race. We probably need to double check that. Alongside 37, which is Kevin Granger. Row 7 is 201, David Aspden, alongside number 82, Giuseppe Calari. And row 8 is number 17, John Wyatt, and 85, Stuart Amphlett. That is the Ram Air BMW grid. Then there'll be about a 15-second, 10-second gap before the Slick Series will go off. And on pole for that, in reality, is number 5, David Harrison in the Porsche, alongside his teammate from Team Tasman, the number 151, Nathan Lucky car, also a Porsche. Row 2 for the Slick Series is number 13, Tom Walpole, alongside number 11, which is Pete Chalice, and the third and final row for the Slick Series is number 2, Chris Petch, and number 175, Andy Southcott, who was looking good for a win, wasn't he, in the Slick Series earlier on, but all of a sudden his car faltered up at Druids, and from having a fairly dominant lead of the race, having fought his way from the back of the grid all the way through the order, unfortunately, he was into retirement. Is he there? I can't see he's there, though, is he?
No, I can't see him either. I was just looking, and no, unfortunately, I think whatever the problem was, it was the wrong side of terminal, meaning that we won't see that car take to the circuit, so the safety car remains out to go on to their second green flag warming up lap. Chris Petch over the line scared me a little bit, the backfire out of that Ginetta G50. It is indeed Shane Taylor that is starting that car, my mistake. So Shane Taylor starts the number 33, black, white and sort of works liveried BMW E36. And as we look down the order, everybody's weaving left and right, aside from Jason West, just trying to get some temperature into those tyres. And I think that's because he dumped the clutch and with a boot full of throttle, just trying to, I think, prioritise rear tyre warming over the fronts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, by raising the revs and dumping the clutch, you'll warm the rears up across the whole of the surface as they spin up. From weaving to side, you'll warm the fronts up a bit more, but less so the rears. And of course, what these drivers will also be doing is on and off the brakes, because it's not just about building surface temperature, i.e. the contact patch, the outer edge of the tyre. It's about building core temperature as well. So by getting on and off the brakes, you're building up the brake temperatures, which radiates out into the wheel, which then penetrates the carcass of the tyre and builds up the core temperature of the tyre. So lots of work to be done on this warm-up lap. And fairly warm conditions as well. It's been hovering around 20 degrees. It's about 21 degrees at the moment. Very light breeze of only 19 miles an hour and 43 degree of humidity. No chance of rain today. There is a tiny chance of, about a 10% chance of rain tomorrow, but we are fingers crossed, other than yesterday when it was pretty grim down here in Kent, but we should be blessed with good August bank holiday weather. So, lights are off on the safety car, and Joyce George, the safety car observer, will have received that information from race control that we're good to go. Damien Hirst, the safety car driver, will peel his way in towards the pit lane. Niall Bradley is the black car with the green flashes on pole position. It's the BMW Art car, the black car with its multicoloured stripes and Graham Crowhurst alongside. It's black and red for Adrian Bradley on row number 2 alongside the all-red car of Michael Vituli. Neat 2x2 order for the Ram Air BMWs. Remember, the Liqui Moly slicks will get going about 10-15 seconds later, so it's 2 races within 1. And as they head up towards the start-finish line, 20 minutes are on the clock. Lights go out now, and it looks as though it is Niall Bradley that's got his nose ahead. It was a good start from Adrian Bradley from row number 2, but he's still got Michael Vituli to driver's left, and it looks as though it is going to be Michael Vituli who just is able to grab 3rd place away. The Liqui Moly Slick Series get going, and Tom Walpole is already through and ahead of David Harrison, who is slow away, and I think might have a problem at the wheel of the Team Tasman pole-sitting Slick Series car, because he was really slow through the first corner.
Yeah, he was very, very slow indeed. That usually indicates that there is some sort of underlying issue there. Brian Branson, brilliant start, stuck to the extreme outside on the run through turn 1 to try and better his run. He managed to get the best of Jason West. He's just done the same to Michael Vituli, and he's already trying to apply pressure on towards Adrian Bradley, but coming through to take the first lap in the book, it will be Niall Bradley leading the way. He's still being hunted down by Graham Crowhurst. Behind Graham Crowhurst, we do get to Adrian Bradley, who does have Brian Branson behind him. Jason West is trying to work his way up through the order. Michael Vituli, he's not up to the quickest start of the race, but a big lock-up from Jason West as he's managing that lock-up all the way in towards Graham Hill Bend. Somehow gets the car slowed down and turned in all at the same time. Up the hill towards Druitt, he's having a look up the inside. So too is Brian Branson up the inside of Adrian Bradley, and all of a sudden Brian Branson's race, it's going from good to even better, because he's wanting to work his way not only up into the top 3, but then maybe catch on to the coattails of Graham Crowhurst for second.
Let's just have a quick look. He's not been able to unlock the door as yet on Adrian Bradley. He's having another nibble as they head along the bottom section of the Cooper Straight. Into the pit lane at the end of the first lap did come David Harrison, so there was problems for the Liqui Moly Slick Series pole-sitting Porsche, who say only just missed out on the overall win earlier on today. It's not going to be a win in race number 2 either, because he's in the pits and is now off the lead lap of the race. The battles are forming again, aren't they? Jason West trying to attack Michael Vituli. They will be fighting over 5th and 6th place. Brian Branson attacking the car of Adrian Bradley. And let's have a quick look. Jason West up the inside of Michael Vituli. Should be able to make it stick. He grabs 5th place away from the all-red car of Vituli, and then just behind Michael Vichuli, then we've got the yellow and black car of Ollie Neves under pressure again, as he was in race number 1, from the silver E46 in the hands of James Card.
Yeah, and further down the order, Nathan Lucky is desperately trying to carve his way through the order in the first of the two Team Tasman cars, the black Porsche with the yellow and green flashes. Alongside following them through is the Ariel Atom. That's in the hands of Tom Walpole, so they're absolutely nose to tail. That is for the lead in the Slick Series aspect of the race, but Nathan Lucky's been afforded another time penalty as we try and get the times. A 20-second time penalty has been applied to Nathan Lucky. All of a sudden, it's happened again.
Yeah, Nathan Lucky has not had much luck at all, has he, here this weekend at Brands Hatch, so he will be rueing his mistakes that have been picked up on by the officials. For our race leader, Niall Bradley, though, he is starting to gap Graham Crowhurst a little bit. For third position, Brian Branson is ahead now of Adrian Bradley, so he has made it stick in the early part of this lap and has brought the number 26 car through into third place. Can't, though, escape the clutches of the driver that he's just taken that place away from. Adrian Bradley is sitting firmly in his wheel tracks as they head through Surtees, McLaren, and up towards Clearways.
Yeah, and I think Ronan Bradley potentially with another issue. Now, Ronan Bradley is still out there, so we'll try and pick out who that is coming down the pit lane. That's the number 85 of Stuart Amphlett again, unfortunately. But still leading the race is Niall Bradley. Brian Branson has indeed got in front of Adrian Bradley and is trying to close down that gap up the road. We do have, who was that under pressure? Ollie Neves still under big pressure from James Card. James had a little look to the outside, couldn't quite prise the door open on the brakes on the run up towards Druids. Again, the door doesn't open for him, but all of a sudden Ollie Neves is on the coattails of Michael Vichuli. We've gone from a 4-car battle in race 1 to a 3-car battle in race 2.
Yeah, and for the Slick Series, of course, leading on the road is Nathan Lucky in the black Porsche, but Tom Walpole is right behind him at the wheel of the Ariel Atom, and therefore on corrected times would pick up the lead of the Lingua Molly Slick Series. Ollie Neves is under huge pressure, isn't he? The car of James Card is just not going away at all. It's like one of those annoying wasps in the summer, just keeps messing around and won't disappear. And is this the opportunity for James Card now to try something on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend? He's edging closer, he's in the slipstream, he's looking for the inside line. Is he brave enough on the brakes? No, can't quite get the job done.
Yeah, I think he realised and just had to apply that extra bit of brake pressure on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend just to draw himself out of that move. We still have Nathan Lucky under big pressure from Tom Walpole as they go up towards Druids. And in the meantime, Jason West is starting to apply a bit more pressure on towards Adrian Bradley. That's for 4th and 5th, respectively. That's allowing Brian Branson up the road to close in ever more on towards Graham Crowhurst, who had a fairly quiet race 1, not quite as quiet as race leader at the moment, so that being Niall Bradley, who comes through and ticks another lap in the book. Then we've got Graham Crowhurst, and those 3 cars that we saw earlier on, still nose to tail.
You know, sometimes we pick up 5-second penalties because drivers test the limit of race control.
Yeah.
You can also have drivers that test the limit of the timekeepers as well, because the number 2 Ginetta that's in the hands of Chris Petch, transponder didn't work in qualifying, transponder didn't work in race number 1, transponder's not qualifying in race number 2, so they are not timing the number 2 Ginetta. It will not appear on our timing screens as it goes over the start-finish line.
Yeah, so clearly they've just decided that transponder is not working, so they're going to, instead of trying to add it in manually, somewhat leave it to let the race play out. Ollie Neves under more and more pressure from James Card, absolutely nose to tail as they run through Surtees. That's allowing Michael Vichuli just to run away slightly up the road. Jason West has shaken off the attentions of Adrian Bradley for the moment. Lights ablaze on his car, and we said this morning that he just couldn't quite get into that groove that we've seen from Jason West so far. Seems like some time away and coming back, he's lapping exactly where he needs to be and closing in once again on Brian Branson. However, last time through, Niall Bradley with the fastest lap of the race of 4:09.
I'm still keeping an eye on the squabble that's going on between Pete Chalice at the wheel of the number 11 Porsche and the untimed Chris Petch-driven Ginetta. So through comes Pete Chalice. He's in 14th position. The Ginetta is in 15th on the road, but as we say, the timekeepers are ignoring him because the transponder has been troublesome all day, and therefore it takes up a lot more work to manually time a car and slot it back in. And if you haven't quite got the time to do that on what is a busy race weekend, they are well within their rights just to say, OK, we've given you the opportunity to resolve the issue. As you've not, you can race, but we won't time you. So through and over the start-finish line, Brian Branson still being chased around by Jason West. Brian Branson's the first of the orange cars, the number 26 car. Jason West's is orange, but it's got more black to it, the underscore backed car. He sits there in 4th place. Adrian Bradley and Michael Viciulli complete the top 6, and now they're starting to deal with the traffic as well, aren't they? David Aspden's BMW Z3 moves out of harm's way, lets the quicker E46 M3s through.
And Brian Branson will see Jason West closing in, and on the run through Graham Hill Bend, you can just see where Jason West seems to take a slightly narrower line on the way in, which allows him to essentially jump on the throttle slightly earlier. Again, clever driving from David Aspden. He just flicked the right-hand indicator on to indicate to Adrian Bradley he's going to try and stick out of his way. He doesn't necessarily need to move out of the way. He can run his own line and allow Adrian Bradley to work his way around, but clearly seeing the BMW approaching much quicker in the background, absolutely jump out of the way. Over the line, however, that battle we saw earlier on, Ollie Neves, he still can't get rid of James Card.
No, Ollie Neves, who is a name I really associate with MG racing rather than BMW racing, but he's doing a very good job of keeping James Card at bay. They're both now getting caught by the leader of the Slicks series on the road at least, which is Nathan Lucky. And they're also trying to place a lap themselves on David Aspden's BMW Z3s. That's a busy section of the circuit down through Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight. Now, for Nathan Lucky, he might be leading the Liquid Moly Slick Series on the road. Tom Walpole at the wheel of the Ariel Atom is absolutely in his wheel tracks. And remember, the black Porsche has a 5-second penalty, and therefore, even on corrected times, that Liquid Moly-backed Ariel Atom would pick up the lead of the Slick Series.
It would indeed, and I mean, why not have a bit of fun with it? You might be on for a race win where you are, but absolutely, you're going to want to have a bit of a fight. And the Porsche slightly quicker in a straight line, but the lighter, slightly more nimble Ariel Atom well and truly closes down the Porsche on the through the corners up the hill. However, Tom Walpole now having a big look up the inside. He's starved for room by Nathan Lucky. Nathan just about gives him enough room on the run up towards Druids. Do they swap around? Yes, they do. So Tom Walpole has not only taken the lead on the timing, but taken the lead on the road as well. So he will try and continue on, but there's only so far he can go because Michael Viciulli is still just about in front of Ollie Neves, who's just about in front of James Card. And Tom Walpole will be looking at that and deciding, well, where can I go?
Yeah, I want to crack on because I don't want Nathan Lucky to catch me again at the wheel of the Porsche, but the BMWs, understandably so, are having their own race. And for the Liquid Moly, of course, it is just a series, whereas for the BMWs, there are championship points up for grabs. So, and this time, Tom Walpole dives past James Card, puts another position up for him, so that now means that he will move up into 8th place. James Card will drop down into 9th, and Tom Walpole is now having another go at Ollie Neves. Oh, and that was close again. He's very good on the brakes up there at Druids, but was being squeezed by Ollie Neves heading in towards Druids, and Ollie at the wheel of the largely yellow BMW still hangs on to the place, sticks his elbows out of it and said, look, for the moment, you're not coming by. And further back then, was that a spin or contact? James Card and Nathan Lucky get together. James Card is off on the edge of the circuit, possibly with a bit of damage to the number 32 BMW. And for Nathan Lucky, I think that is, again, more misfortune for him. Second of the Team Tasman Porsches could be out.
Yeah, Nathan Lucky disappears in towards the paddock area. It looked like he just jumped on the brakes. I don't know whether it was a lock-up, but all of a sudden he found the front of his car towards the rear quarter of James Card. Michael Viciulli has now fallen foul of a very sideways Tom Walpole. He gets the moment collected up and rejoins the circuit, but all of a sudden James Card, Michael Viciulli will have seen the side of an Ariel Atom across the front of his car. That was very close indeed. Gravel dust gets spat up into the air, and all of that hard work between not only Ollie Neves and Michael Viciulli to remain where they were, but also Tom Walpole has come undone. But this time he doesn't have Nathan Lucky and James Card trying to make it harder.
No, and even with all of that going on, Tom Walpole still leads the Liquid Moly Slick Series aspect of the race. Ariel Atom probably isn't the best car, is it, to advertise sponsorship on, because it's exoskeleton and yeah, you've got the Liquid Moly livery down the side, but if there's any other backers that you wanted on that car, where do you put them? There's just no room.
Top of the rear wing, and hope you've got a high camera angle, really, isn't it? All the way around the outside, this time keeping the car pointing the right way as Tom Walpole. That was around the outside of Cavan Granger, and all of a sudden Ollie Neves seems very sideways indeed on the exit of Druids, desperately desperately trying to put the power down to apply further pressure to Michael Vituli, but in his haste to do that, he's lost a lot of time and lost an overall position. Back to Tom Walpole, through he goes.
Yeah, so through goes Tom Walpole once more. He will now set his sights on the red car of Michael Vituli. Over the start-finish line, we've still got a great fight going on for third and fourth place between the two orange BMWs. The one with the true orange colour is Brian Branson. The one with the orange livery down the side is Jason West. And then just off those, is that another battle for position just behind them? It is, isn't it? Yeah, Michael Vituli and Tom Walpole still together. So, again, a bit like race one. Wherever we look, there's fights. And we are, still 7.5 minutes plus away from seeing the checkered flag.
Yeah, so through goes Michael Vituli. Whereabouts is Tom Walpole? I was expecting to see him come through. Yes, there he is. So Tom Walpole has got in front of Michael Vituli now, but for the moment, Jason West, the body language of his car sort of dictates he's being slightly more accurate than Brian Branson, but Brian Branson is doing everything he needs to do in the position he is in just to maintain that position. Over the line they go. The gap comes out by only a couple of thousandths of a second between Brian Branson and Jason West, albeit Jason had a slightly sideways moment on the run out of Druids on the lap prior. This time, can he keep the car on the straight and narrow? Through Druids they go, light to blaze. Brian Branson slightly wider. I think that just allows him to jump on the throttle earlier. You could see Jason West strangling the controls to keep it in a straight line. Brian Branson backing the car in towards Graham Hill Bend. But for Niall Bradley, it's gone exactly to plan for him.
Yep, it's more than going to plan for the number 47 car of Niall Bradley, who comes over the start-finish line. That's 16 laps completed now. 6.5 minutes just over of the race still to go. He leads Graham Crowhurst by a very handsome margin. So only now does Graham Crowhurst come over the start-finish line, and he is 7.6 seconds adrift. Then Brian Branson still fighting away with Jason West, but the order still remains exactly the same. Adrian Bradley sits there in 5th position, and then the gap back before we see the 6th place car of Tom Walpole come over the start-finish line, who continues to lead the Liqui Moly Slick Series aspect of the race. Michael Vituli, is he going to get undone this time by Ollie Neves, who draws himself alongside around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend, and Ollie Neves makes it stick. He goes through and picks up 7th place from Michael Vituli.
Yeah, brilliant move there by Ollie Neves. You've got to be so brave to give it a go, let alone try and make it stick. And we have a very smoky second place. What's happened to Graham Crowhurst? That looks like maybe a puncture, tyre rubbing on wheel arch as he will come towards the line this time. Over the line he will go, and the headlights have flicked off, which makes me think that isn't tyre smoke. That looks like that's coming out of the rear of the car. Is that quite a heavy mechanical issue?
It looks like it is, yeah. It looks like that's engine troubles for Graham Crowhurst. Some of the engine internals potentially trying to become externals on that car, and has that put oil down. We've also got Michael Vituli looking as though he is going slowly around the circuit. Is he destined for the pits at the end of this lap? I fear he is, so we're going to lose 2 cars on 1 lap here in the Ram Air BMW Championship.
We are indeed. Graham Crowhurst jumps out and has a quick check of the car to make sure ignition is off and everything of the like if the marshals want to come over and aid that car. Niall Bradley over the line. He's now trying to pick his way through and past Peter Chalice to tick another car under his belt. I can't see any liquid that's been deposited, at least shining in the sun. No. So I think we might have just escaped that one, but for the moment, Jason West still applying that pressure on towards Brian Branson in towards turn 1.
Yeah, he's not quite as close as he has been on the previous few laps, though, Jason West, so he needs to try and work overtime again in these next 4.5 minutes to really see if he can close up. What have you spotted?
I was looking for James Card. Obviously, we saw him spin.
He's retired down here with left rear suspension damage.
Okay, I knew that he'd had a spin and struggled to get back going again. And you know, you said Jason West wasn't that close to Brian Branson. All of a sudden, he is.
Yeah, so he's put a few more coals on the fire and given it a stoke. And now, absolutely, Jason West is asking a few more questions of Brian Branson. Brian Branson, who I think is the 4th weekend on the trot that I've seen Brian Branson race now. And his regular sparring partner and teammate Jazz Sapper, I think, is racing at Silverstone this weekend. So that'll be, I think, the 5th or 6th weekend on the trot that Jazz has been racing. They are, it's fair to say, whether it's Jazz Sapper or Brian Branson, when we see them out, it's regularly. But they're huge enthusiasts, aren't they?
Yes, they do it for the love of racing, and you just spotted that at the same time I did as well. So unfortunately, Kevin Granger, he's gone for a slight off-track excursion excursion at the exit of turn 1. It was already under yellow flags because of Graham Crowhurst. So either there is some sort of oil or lubricant down, or the clerk of the course may have something to say about that, spinning underneath yellow flags.
Yeah, so we've still got time on the clock, but I can see the checkered flag is now in the hand of the race official, because with the car stricken in the gravel, we would need a safety car. There isn't time, so out comes the checkered flag a little bit early. Niall Bradley claims the win. Brian Branson, is he going to hang on to second place? Because Jason West is still asking a couple of questions, but I don't think he's quite going to get there in time. So Brian Branson will come through to finish in second, Jason West in third.
Yeah, brilliant race, and all of a sudden the battle we saw that was for the final step on the podium, they both get onto the podium, and some good points as well by way of the championship. I'd imagine Niall Bradley's lead has extended ever more, comparing to the previous rounds that we've seen. Over the line and taking the win in the Slick Series was Tom Walpole. He's just gone through and over the line to win the Slick Series, finish 5th overall. Ollie Neves, unfortunately, after a race-long battle with Michael Vituli, that was unfortunately cut short as Michael Vituli went in towards retirement. So as we look further down the order, we do also have the number 11 machine. That's Peter Chalice. He finished in what was 7th overall, second in the Slick Series. That's a good result for Peter Chalice. And then it was Ronan Bradley that finished in 8th place. Giuseppe Calari finishes in 9th. And then rounding out your top 10 was Shane Taylor. So a good result for Shane. And it was the 201 machine, Will Aspden, in the BMW Z3 that finished in 11th place. Unfortunately, we lost the car of Graham Crowhurst. We also lost the car of Cavan Granger. Michael Vituli in towards retirement into the pit lane. He recovered that car too. James Card, we know he went into retirement. So too did Nathan Lucky. Unfortunately, we lost as well the car of Wayne Lewis. We also lost Stuart Amphlett, and very early on in the race, David Harrison. But there it is confirmed on the live stream. Niall Bradley takes the win with the fastest lap of the race to go with it. Brian Branson finished in 2nd place, Jason West in 3rd, Adrian Bradley 4th, and Tom Walpole rounds out your top 5, and Tom wins the Slick Series aspect of the race. It was then Ollie Neves, Peter Chalice, Ronan Bradley finishing in 8th place, Giuseppe Calari ahead of Shane Beckett. And out of the 11 finishes, unfortunately, we lost 7 that we had started with. So as the recovery efforts cracks on, the brilliant Brands Hatch marshals will get to work with the trackside recovery units as well. Hopefully, of course, with the Ram Air BMW Championship being a championship, they have to very quickly run through scrutineering to get those cars weighed. But Mark, you down there?
No, they haven't this time. They've come straight down to see me. So I've got Niall Bradley alongside me. Niall, first of all, we didn't get a chance to catch up after race number 1, which was a real banger of a race and a grandstand finish.
It was, yeah. It was really interesting. It was a good battle. Yeah, I shouldn't have really been racing with him, but then I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I thought we need to try and take a checkered flag. So yeah, it was good fun. Really good fun. Cars on point. Yeah, really enjoyed that. Really good.
And race number 2, you seemed to get the jump when the lights went out, built a bit of a margin on Graham Crowhurst, who unfortunately had problems towards the end, and from there it was just control the race.
It was, yeah. Graham's in a different class to me, so to be fair to the man, his car shouldn't be hanging on to this one, which shows with the championship and the different classes that they're working. And Graham's done a cracking job. But yeah, when I got sort of breathing space from Graham, I thought, let's just try and take it home. And then I seen Brian and Jason coming. I thought, well, we need to keep pushing here a bit. So yeah, it wasn't easy, but these boys do make you work. It might look like a gap, but you got to be consistent with your lap. You know, if you hit back markers or you get slowed up, it is going to punish you. Do you know what I mean?
Well done on the 4th win of the season.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
There we go. Let's grab a quick word with Brian Branson, if we can, who had a real ding-dong of a battle there with Jason West. There was nothing between you two.
No. I sort of had a good start and got away from him, and then I saw him come, because he'd done the whole touring car move, had his headlights on, and I saw him coming up behind me. I was like, oh no. But luckily I sort of managed to hold it off, and it's just focusing on what's going on in front and not looking in the mirrors, because like I say, with all the lights on and everything in your mirrors, you can get easily distracted. But no, just sort of kept it kept it as tight as I can, and yeah, brought it home in obviously second. I think it's first in class actually.
First in class, second overall. And where's next for you? Because I was saying, it's 4 weekends on the trot. I've spoken to you now.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a break now until middle of September, and then there's one at the end of September, and then we've obviously got the Burkett, and that's it. We're done then.
Well done.
Thanks ever so much.
Let's go a quick word with Jason West, who finished in third position. Jason, you tried everything, but you just couldn't unlock the door.
No, absolutely. It was an awesome race, but Brian was on brand new tyres. We were on used British touring car slicks, but it was pretty even actually. It was an awesome race though.
Was that a racing driver excuse sneaking out there?
No, I'm just having a go at Brian for having new tyres and being posh.
A brilliant race though. When the driver's smiling and he's finished third, you know he's enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Our set of tyres for the first race were just shot to pieces. So yeah, it was nice having a car that turned in. So that was always good.
Some new tyres next time out?
No, we're going to stick with the used ones. It's more fun.
Well done, congratulations. And I think we should just be able to grab a quick word with Tom Walpole as well, who was the first of the cars home in the Liquimolly Slick Series race. You were having a brilliant little battle with Nathan Lucky in the Porsche in the early stages. Were you aware he'd got a penalty?
No, I wasn't, and I wasn't aware that I had any penalties either. So it was the first race was brilliant. It was neck to neck. Yeah, really enjoyed it again, same as I did Donington, and I'll definitely be back for some more, that's for sure.
It didn't all go to plan throughout the race though, because we did spot there was a little moment at Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, well, I went to go up the inside of him, and I just couldn't stop where I wanted to. I was trying, but it's the only place that I had any opportunity to really get past him. We only touched a little bit, but yeah, luckily we both got off okay, I think.
You've enjoyed it, you'll be back for more.
Oh, that's for sure, thank you.
Well done indeed. Congratulations to all of our drivers. Those will be the last drivers we'll be chatting to today though, because that is it for our live stream. So if you've been joining us on the Classic Sports Car Club live stream, thanks for joining us today. But remember, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we go live again with a whole day of racing, Brands Britannia here at Brands Hatch. But of course, for those of you that are remaining here at the circuit, we'll be guiding you through the next qualifying, because we are now qualifying for the rest of the day.